administrative side of the day-to-day operation of all of those boards, again, which includes the Board of Cosmetology and the Board of Barbers. Late last year, it was brought to our attention that we had an HR issue with a certain employee, and we asked that that be looked into. Upon review of that, we found that there were incomplete and missing files involving reciprocity licenses with certain licensees. We then asked for our Office of Internal Audit to take a harder look at that, an independent look at what was going on there, and based on that review, found out that in fact there were missing files, licenses that had been issued improperly. Some licensees had no documentation whatsoever. Aside from that, we found that this was again an internal audit, found that there were systemic failures within the board, inconsistent file keeping, poor supervision, disorderly files, basically unacceptable management practices. The information that we received about the licensees, some activity that was also discovered that was unrelated to work but improper, was turned over to the authorities and is still an ongoing investigation. We have 5 employees actually were either terminated or resigned, only one of which was in the Board of Cosmetology. On September the 14th, based on all of this information, we ended the executive service term of Executive Director Beverly Waller. From that point, the Assistant Commissioner's Office is managing the day-to-day business of the Board of Cosmetology with the help of your attorney, Rachel Powers, my assistant, Kimberly Whaley, our office, and your existing staff, Lisa Swayze. They have done a great job so far. It's been 2 weeks, and they have really had a lot to do in preparation for this board meeting, on top of the absence of Director Waller. We don't have a timeline for replacing the executive director. We feel that the first and foremost important thing is that we get the systemic problems within the board, the administrative office of the board, fixed. There are significant process issues that we're working on, some of which you've probably already seen. We changed the PSI contract recently, where the students now, upon completion of education, go directly to PSI. Things like that are the kinds of things that we're going to be looking at and finding ways to do it better, to make it more efficient for the students, to expedite the process of getting their license, and first and foremost to ensure that licenses that are issued properly. As I said, I can't talk too much about the investigation into the licensing issues with the reciprocity files. Frankly, I don't know much more than I've told you, other than the fact that we know that we have licensees that were issued licenses improperly. Those will be addressed, and at the proper time, we will certainly come back before the board and let you know any information that we have. I'd be happy to answer questions for the board. Again, just keep in mind, if it's anything specific to do with the investigation, I can't talk about that. Surely you guys have one question.
Any questions at all for Mr. Giannini?
Well, you all are certainly welcome to contact me or my office. Attorney Powers has done a great job so far. She has literally worked 12 hours a day since September the 14th or more, and she is doing a great job helping us manage the board from a day-to-day standpoint, along with the staff, who's also done a great job. And we will be here for you. We're here at any time to answer any questions that you have. We would very, very much like to incorporate you into the process of repair. I had a great conversation with Chairman Colley this morning before the meeting. We talked about some things I think that would be productive going forward. You guys have the largest board in my division, the largest number of licensees, and I want to make you the shining example of what a great regulatory program could be for the licensees, for the students, for the legislature, and for the governor, and for the board. And I think you can be that, and I think we can do that. We've got the right people in place. We will be taking applications for the executive director position. There's no timeline on replacing her. We're going to get this fixed. I don't want to hand over a broken operation to a new director that would be doomed to fail from the start. So we're going to address some of the systemic issues within the board and then hire the best director.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Walker?
Yes, I do have a question. Commissioner, as it relates to the systemic problems, will the process for and procedures for reciprocity be revisited or adjusted in any capacity?
They are definitely going to be tightened up. We're looking at some security processes with the system, making sure that we have that right. There are, and again, in part of the investigation, it was determined that some of the security issues were not being followed. Again, back to management and its supervision, and that the files that were being handed up the chain as being proper and complete, and they weren't. So we are addressing that.
Also this morning, when we talked, one of my main questions I had is, we're so used to calling the board and asking to speak to Beverly. So my question was, who do we ask to speak to?
Well, your attorney's going to kill me, but I would think, depending on the question, if it's as we talked about specifically, if it's a question regarding a school, I think you should very much turn that over to and inquire to Counselor Selby. I'll keep messing that up. She just recently got married.
Oh,
so
really?
there's Powers. So, but again, any question you can send to her. I would, if you use email's great. That way it's documented. There's a record. You can send it to her, and she can determine who best to answer that. We are also, I met with your staff on Friday afternoon and talked to them about the importance of how we are counting on them to step up during this time, and that we are going to require them to make. They are leaders within your program. Each one of them has a specific area of expertise, and we are going to rely on them to make good judgment calls. We can't answer every single question, and that was one of the things that we've discovered very quickly, is that you had basically everything was going into one central point, and that was causing just fatal failure on down the line, all the way back, because every single thing had to run through. One of the things that we're going to address is who should be answering questions. Are we making information available to the public? Lots of the phone calls and lots of the things that we're receiving, we believe are unnecessary. We believe that the board has not provided, not the board, but the administrative staff has not made information available readily to students. People are sometimes happen to be passed to 2 and 3 staff members when the first staff member should have been able to answer that question, ending that call and getting that student or whoever is on their way. I would ask you right now temporarily to direct your phone calls to your counselor, and then she can determine who best to answer that from there.
So, Bill, are you saying that the ones that we have talked to in the past, if we couldn't talk to Miss Waller, I would direct my calls to Miss Hazel or Miss Lisa, and they could always answer because they had been there for a number of years?
If you're
Can we continue to do that?
Absolutely.
Because they always answer.
Absolutely. Miss Hazel and Lisa both are very, very capable of answering questions, and if you feel like, that they can answer the question that you need answered, I think it would be helpful.
Well, I'm saying that because they have been there a number of years, and they would know the answer to what I would be.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Please don't take my comments as preventing you from contacting any member of the staff, because they absolutely can do that.
I do have one question. It's a little bit off what we're talking about. I'm really disappointed that the integrity of the field of cosmetology has been affected like this. So we try really hard to, uphold the laws and the rules as a board.
Yes, ma'am.
And we are supposed to be a board of 9, and at least 2 years ago, I'm not sure, we had a board member that passed away and has not been replaced. That's, to me, and there's another one, I'm not sure that Ms. Loads is still on the board. It just concerns me that we don't have a full board and that we can't get replacements.
Yes, ma'am. I understand that, and I've only been here a little over a year, but I am going to speak with the governor's office about the importance of getting a full board here, especially during this time. One of the things that I talked about with Chairman Colley was forming some ad hoc committees, maybe based around a couple of key areas, education, rulemaking, things like that. That makes it's almost impossible to do that with a partial board. You need all your members here, and so, and we certainly are open to receiving nominations. If you've got specific individuals you would like to recommend to serve on the board, believe it or not, we don't get that many requests for people to serve on the board.
So if we do have a nomination, who's the proper
You can direct them to me. You can send them to my office.
Okay, because I did contact the governor's office and spoke with the deputy governor, Claude Ramsey, and that's been a while, and there still hasn't, been a replacement. So I'll just direct things to you.
Absolutely. I will promise you that if you send me a nominee for the board, I will make sure that it gets in the right hands to the right people.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions?
Any other questions from the board members? Well, we thank you very much for coming down here this morning, and we'll go from this point forward, and if there's anything the board can do, for example, the committees we were talking about, maybe we could communicate and decide which committees and when I should appoint those committees.
Yes, ma'am. I think you all should talk about that. That is certainly the board's right, and we have a great opportunity here, I think, to really improve this. And if we're going to crack the can open, we might as well crack it open entirely. And let's look at everything. Let's look at every process. Let's look at how we're doing things, even things maybe that on their face might seem to be working well. I think we should question at this time. And you all talk about, are there better ways to educate? Are there, better ways to get people to work? All those kinds of things, all those little processes. The PSI example is a great one because we looked at it and said, why are we in the middle of this? We have no reason to be in the middle of a student between school and test. We do this in real estate. It's the same scenario. The student takes their school education, leaves school, immediately goes to PSI. PSI electronically lets us know that student has passed the test. They vet their education prior to testing and do that, and it was a huge burden and an unnecessary burden on the board staff to be involved in that process. And the net result was, not only was it dragging down the resources of the board, it was making it sometimes take 2 and 3 months for students leaving school to get the test. And after you've been through 6 or 9 months of schooling and paid a lot of money to do it, you don't want to wait 3 more months to get out and finally earn a paycheck. So we think it's going to be very helpful, and those are the kinds of things, if we'll all commit to the time to really review. And I think through appointing some ad hoc committees, you can do that. It'll cost you a couple of extra days a year, probably coming to Nashville, coming a day before your meeting, have your ad hoc committees meet, make some recommendations to the full board in your full meeting. But those are the kinds of things that will be very, very helpful to all cosmetology licensees and to the board. And this is a great time. We'll not let any good disaster go to waste. So,
Thank you so much.
thank you all.
Come back anytime, please.
Anytime you need me, you let me know. I'm here.
Thank you. Well, yes, ma'am.
We are under appeal before the board now. If
Yes.
you are off your minutes, and the first person appearing is Ms. Carolyn Hill from Tyler College School of Hospitality.
Yes.
I just didn't know if y'all were where you were on your iPad to see that.
Well, before they're adjusting hers. When did you get married?
Just about August 18th, so it's been a month.
And what's your last name?
Selby, S-E-L-B-E. It still powers everywhere. I haven't had the time in my life to change.
Powers Selby. Well, congratulations. All right. Is there a Carolyn Hill in the audience? Come forward, please, ma'am. You're from...
I'd like to let you all know she had sent in the 20 applications for their school for the board to be approved. But her application for the school had been submitted in April, and we requested the 20 enrollment applications, and legal has looked through those and we feel like they are sufficient enrollment applications. The only issue I had was the statutory requirement that each student be attending 25 hours a week, and she has advised the legal that they will add a night to that.
They will add what?
Add a night of schooling in order to meet that missing link. But I'll let her go ahead and...
Okay, have a seat where the microphone is, please, ma'am. Go ahead.
Well, at Chattanooga College, we're opening up a new cosmetology department, and the vice president of the college is also here. I don't know if you would want to speak with him as well, and also our dean of students is here as well. We're opening up the cosmetology department. It has over 9,000 square feet, so we've met all the requirements there is. We're also offering cosmetology and 5 other programs, which is the natural hair, nails, aesthetics, instructor's license, and also shampooing as well. And we meet the criteria of the board as well. Got any?
I'm trying to get my iPad to work. It's locked up.
Application, we got all the applications online.
Yes, they're on your, under up here before the
Yeah.
board.
How can she touch it?
Okay.
Well, I can make it. Okay, let's see.
Okay, so legal has reviewed all the applications and everything's in place?
Yes.
Okay.
Do I hear a motion we accept?
I so moved. A second.
Motion made by Ms. Coppinger, seconded by Ms. Walker, that we accept. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes carried. Thank you.
So they'll contact me with the board member and the inspector to come out, and
Yes, ma'am.
they'll call me.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry, we're a little late getting started this morning.
Thank you.
Look. Now I gotta go back to my agenda. Oh, does anyone have a hard copy of the agenda? So I don't have to flip back and forth. Oh, here, I got it.
That
Thank
would be
you, son.
nice. So, yeah.
Now I gotta go back. Okay, Christy Weaver. Christy Weaver. Carl Smith. Gatribin Estelle. We're not doing too well this morning, are we? Princess Sanders. Conti.
It goes in order on the call, so I can scroll through all the enrollment. and she was requested to appear at the last meeting in order to provide the board additional information. They have also submitted an application for a shop as well, which is on your iPads.
What kind of information did we request?
She had submitted information that she had done an apprenticeship from New Guinea, I think, New Guinea, and she was coming to explain more information on that. I believe.
Explain your education in New Guinea, please, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna, I speak better English, so I'm gonna assist.
We can't hear you, sir. You have to lean.
Okay, my name is Edmund Mara. I'm her husband, and I'm gonna speak on behalf of her because her English proficiency.
You speak any English at all, ma'am? I think she can talk for herself. Okay, explain the education system that you went through, please.
Yeah, the education system in Africa and Guinea, we do make sure for the breeding, for different type of breeding, because we don't do chemical, we just breed the hair.
Okay.
Yes.
How many hours were you in a school, or were you just trained in a salon? How did you receive your training?
How many more? I'm sorry.
Now you can help her, sir.
She's apprenticeship school called Mary Shamiri Salon. It's in the capital city of Guinea. So she went there for 3 years. Basically, based on what I learned, they do all they do is the braiding, the braid hair, and then also the different methods, and the safety, of course, is one of the main things they focus on. But there's no use of chemicals. But as far as the whole education takes 3 years.
3 years
to get a diploma. And we have that diploma here with her, all the information.
When did she attend this 3-year apprenticeship?
Yeah, it's 2000 to 2003. Yeah.
She finished her 3 years in 2003?
Yes.
And how long has she been over in the United States?
Yeah, she's been here in the United States for 8 years.
8 years. Did you work, is it Uganda?
No, Guinea, West Africa.
Okay. Did you work there? Other than the 3 years? Did you work after the 3 years? Either one.
Yes, she did work. She did work. In Guinea before coming into the United States.
But she hasn't worked in the last 8 years.
No, because of she did not work here in the United States.
Do they provide license?
In Guinea? No, they don't provide license. The only thing they do is the diploma. After when you finish braiding, because in Africa braiding, basically everybody does. All moms does like a basic braiding. Now, to be proficient, absolutely you have to go to school where you learn all different kinds of braiding, such as kinky, micros, and what the other one? Trees. Yes, what they call Senegalese trees. So those are specialized braiding that need a specific kind of studies to be able to grasp.
Did she bring a certificate or something with her
Yes.
Could we see that, please, sir? Or any information you have? So this is what you were given instead of an actual license, this certificate, is that correct? So this is more or less what we have to go on as far as for license. Does anyone have any questions?
Have we saw this application before?
Last month.
And she also
Okay.
had a reciprocity application along with it. We did not, I did not have it with the records, but I can bring a copy. So she has a national spelling application in with the board for our system, and this is her education, and they have simultaneously applied for a shop license, but until she is approved via reciprocity and meets these requirements, there's not license.
Okay, so she does not meet the requirements because she's not worked in the last 5 years, is that correct? Is that why we did?
Well, we
Made
did
the-
decline, we asked her to appear and present information, that's what we did.
I think what our question was, we didn't understand the education
Right.
that she had received, not so
Sure.
much the 5 years as the education,
Okay.
is what we were wanting more information on.
Anywhere do we have, any info as far as hours?
3 years.
That's what this diploma is.
Well, that's what it's, I mean, okay, we don't have anything in the way of,
No.
Do you have a transcript available of the hours when you went to school? Do they provide you any more information besides the diploma?
Yes, that can be obtained, but the education, usually they go, in the morning and they get up like 8 to 4, like education, even regular education in Guinea, it's the same thing.
Is it Monday through Friday, 8 to 4?
Monday to, indeed, it's not Monday to Friday, it's Tuesday to Saturday. Yeah, because, like the only days that they don't work is Sundays and Mondays.
I have a question. Did you take a written exam? Have you ever taken a written exam?
Est-ce que tu as pris l'examen
In France, yes.
Pardon?
In France, yes.
in French?
French.
Yeah,
French.
Yeah, she did take a written exam,
Yeah, in
but
French.
everything is in French.
France, yes.
And where was that exam? In the same area where you were living here when you received this? Is that where you had your exam?
What kind of exam? In this store? Yeah, exam, yeah.
Okay.
and the scores on that exam.
The school
It said she passed with honors on the second page.
So, indeed, basically, at the end of, the apprenticeship, what they do, you have to, in order for you to get a diploma, you have to do the exam. So when you pass the exam, then they will provide the diploma.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, I had a question.
Yes, Ms. Cabral.
During your 3 years of school, how many hours a week did you attend class?
We don't work like here. We don't have like hours for weeks. We work like 8 to 4. We don't say like it's 40 hours in a week or 20 hours in a week. It's different because sometimes it's a braiding. Sometimes you can start sometime like 8 hours to 9 hours. Sometimes you can go over. You can work 16 hours in a day. Sometimes 18 is a different. Sometimes you can start working 8 to 2 o'clock because if you start some braiding is home, it's going to take time, more time.
So basically what she's saying here is they do a lot of practice while they're studying. And it takes, let's say micros for instance, sometimes it'll take you 8 hours to finish one head, the micro. Because those are specialized African braidings. They're very tiny braidings, so it takes 8 hours to finish. So sometimes if you have because what they do, for you to practice, they make you work more time, then you do more hours. So it's not only, but the regular schedule, it's 8 to 4. That's 8 to 4. Everybody that goes to Marisha Mary schools goes to 8 to 4.
And that's 8 to 4, how many days a week?
From Tuesday to Saturday.
Okay. So I'm clear that there was a lot of practical
Yes, more practice indeed than like schools, really, just like regular school.
Was there any theory?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And like I said, the theories is based on the safety and also the different methods, breeding methods, and then management. Those are the main things that they focus on. Because, for instance, safety, based on the what I learned, because I did ask her, it's more because they're in direct contact with people. With breeding, you don't wear gloves. When I asked her, you don't wear gloves. So as far as the safety, you want to make sure there's no open wounds, for infections and stuff like that.
We call it sanitation.
Yes.
That was what I was concerned about, the general hours that she did have or did not have. The sanitation, sterilization, bacteriology, state law.
Are you a licensed person, sir?
Talking about myself? No, I'm not. But indeed, I'm the owner of the shop. A while ago, when I moved to Chattanooga, I found that all the African breeding shop, the lady that braids, has gone home to braid hair because of the difficulty of getting a license here. Now, and I thought this was, absolutely the state is losing money as far as somebody that work from home, they don't pay taxes, they don't do anything. So let's say they earn $50,000-$70,000 a year, so the state doesn't get anything in there. So, and that's why, I'm determined to make sure, we get you guys work on it to assist us. Because like in Chattanooga, I have some copies here. You'll see braiding, African braiding salon, but in home. But they don't, there's no addresses. You'll notice. I have copies here if you want to see it. So those are things, you call in, absolutely, and they have a network of customers that absolutely they make pretty good money. But the thing is, the state really doesn't benefit, in that. Like my shop, since last year I haven't been operating, but of course, I pay rent, I pay everything. But the thing is, for all those, because I can see approximately 10 ladies working from home in Chattanooga, and absolutely don't pay taxes.
Madam Chair, can I piggyback on that? He makes an excellent point. I do believe that people should have a license, and I do believe that people should be in compliance with the law, but what he's speaking of is something that's happening in the community, and it's growing in numbers. When people come before us for reciprocity, I think that they should qualify for the reciprocity. And I know that this board overall is fair, but there's this growing gray area when people are not able to get a license. A lot of them, many of them, they still continue to work, and they're working out of their homes. And as he's saying, they're not paying taxes. So the state loses money every time there's a person who doesn't receive reciprocity. But I'm not advocating people receive reciprocity who do not qualify for it. I want to go on record as saying that I am not an advocate of that. But when we don't grant people reciprocity, and those are the ones that come before us, we're not even talking about the ones that don't come before us, the ones who don't try to be in compliance with the law. That's a whole nother group of people. But what he speaks to, I just have to underscore it and say that when people are trying to get a license and be in compliance with the law, then it does help the state. It increases the number of employed people and decreases the numbers of unemployed people. When people are granted reciprocity, that they obtain the license, that's a fee for the license. So that's revenue for the state. And they're able to make money, and they're participating in the system and paying taxes. But when they don't get the license, and I'm not saying that they should be just given the license, but they're doing hair anyway. And I just wanted to make that point.
Very good point.
I would like to add that I agree with that totally. And so what we're struggling with, we're trying to decide if she meets the requirements for reciprocity for natural hairstyling in the state of Tennessee. That's all the questions. That's why we're asking all these questions, to decide if she does meet the requirements. Certainly, but what he's speaking to is a larger issue that is really not being addressed. And for him to make the point about the taxes and about the revenue, I think it's important. I think it's important. We are under commerce, and as it relates to that, I just wanted to underscore what he was saying.
And just to add more on what she just mentioned, is that my wife could have, I could have decided for her to work from home and make the same amount of money she might be making at the shop, because tens of ladies in Chattanooga do the same thing. So, and that's one of the main points. And as far as education, absolutely she got the education. But the thing, the French system absolutely is different. But as far as the hours, now if you are requesting to get the number of hours, that's something we can contact the school and then get that information. But as far as the training and the experience, she has the experience. And one other thing is that she did work in Columbus, Georgia, from home with one of a lady that she worked for. So that's, but that's not just, it's something that she did, like if they call her to help. So she she goes and help. But there's no license, so which is which is not good, I figure.
I admire you coming before the board, and I know that she wants to be licensed legally with the state of Tennessee. Like we say, we're just trying to analyze, does she qualify? And I feel comfortable with her training. My concern is, does she understand the sanitation and the Tennessee law? That's my question, I guess I have. Has she studied the Tennessee law and sanitation?
Yeah, as far as sanitation in hair braiding, no use of chemicals and stuff like that. Yeah, she understands. And indeed, when I did, both applications, I have copies here. One of your inspectors in Chattanooga, Mr. Larry Chadwick, came over twice, and we have even a copy of this is the copy, the inspection. So we did provide everything needed.
Now, is that the new shop?
Yes, for the shop. This is for the shop. So Larry, this is Larry that wrote it, but it wasn't indeed expected because there was two things missing. But she absolutely understands, as far as the sanitation Tennessee requires.
All right, this is not pending.
Yes, the shop license is pending.
We can't get an inspection with the shop is not open.
Right. Because you don't have the other reason the shop license is pending is because you do not have a manager for natural hairstyling. Is that correct?
That's right, and that's why.
It's got no inspection on it. They just have the sheet. Okay. Well, they just said inspection sheet.
Yeah, so indeed, Larry came over and looked at things. So he told me that we are missing the sink and then the UVI. Yeah.
Okay, how many years has it been since she braided hair in your country?
How many years since?
Yes.
I mean, here in United States, she did.
No, we can't count that unless she has a license.
She worked like 4 years, 3 years. She went to school for 3 years. And then you said she worked after that a little while over in Africa?
I was practicing with my sister. She was teaching me in a home before I started school. Since I was 14. No, I don't work in a home. No, I don't work.
So basically, after her diploma, like when she came here to the state, she did work in Columbus, Georgia, but she's from home. There's a shop in Columbus, Georgia, where she works. Also they do it, from home.
Did she have a license to work in Georgia?
No, I was gonna work. I was gonna just go for help.
Okay, back to my original question. How many years has it been since you worked in your country? When you obtained the certificate, how many years has it been since you actually worked? Since you stopped working?
No, j'ai pas travaillé non, parce qu'après ça, je suis venu en 2004.
Oui, mais tu as travaillé depuis 2003 à 2004.
Just for 1 year.
Yeah, because she moved to the United States
In 2004.
In
2004.
Yeah. So it was, because what they do, the shop, the Marishamali, it's a school at the same time, it's a salon. So when you finish school, then you can also work in, and make money. And that's, you're not no longer working, I mean, you're not no longer there as a student, but you're like a worker.
Okay, you worked there, and after you obtained the certificate, and you moved here in '04?
Yes, 2004, that's right.
I believe that's been more than a year since you have worked with a license then? Since you don't have a license for the United States?
Exactly, that's right. There's no license. That's why I'm determined, willing for
So
her to get
actually,
a
you've not
license.
worked in the last 7, 8 years
Okay.
with a license?
Yeah, for the license, no. So it's the same scenario for all the African ladies that braid hair. They pretty much all work, but they don't. They do work from home, but they're not licensed.
Could she, read English enough to take the exam, sir?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes?
What do you say? I'm sorry.
I said, are you familiar with the English language enough to take the exam?
Here
Here?
and English.
In English?
I think she needs, as far as the proficiency in English, she will be able to do it because she already know the things. As far if it's specific, like braiding, because braiding is very specific. It's not like cutting hair. They don't cut hair. They don't use chemicals. They don't do anything. It's just natural hair braiding.
I was talking about the theory test.
Huh?
I was talking about the theory part of the test. It's a written part.
Yeah,
Question,
absolutely.
written
She'll be
question.
able to do it, but as far as it's focused on braiding, because here's the thing: if she's gonna take an exam where she has to use the chemicals and stuff like that,
No.
she did not study that.
No.
Yeah.
Now, we have an exam just for braiding, natural
Yes,
hairstyling.
yes, you can.
And
Madam
she could,
Chairman, to treat this the way we have done in the past, we would ask her to sit for the exam. Since she's had her experience and it's been,
I don't know if I can pass this around. Those are just some copies of hair braiding salon. I mean, a few of them, but there's a lot of them. And you'll notice that there's no address in them, so that's the problem. They do work from home. And the most part, when you ask, people, they say that it's so hard to get a license, and also for school, braiding school here, specialize in African braiding. Yeah, and some even told me that because I tried to hire ladies that to work, for my shop, but the main issue is the license. Yeah. So, and they all work from home.
okay, Ms. Huckabee,
There's nowhere for them to go. There's nowhere for them to go to get the license.
was that a motion, Ms. Huckabee? I didn't quite,
I'm sorry, what did
I was just, there's no, what I mentioned in earlier meetings, we want them to have the license, but it's nowhere for them to go to get the license also.
Yeah, because here's the issue also, some lady told me that school, a hair braiding school, and even if they go there, because they've been doing this, they are very professional. They know how to braid African braiding, specialized African braiding. And you go there, it's just a formality. But who's gonna teach you? And it's something that you're very proficient in. It's just like you probably went to law school, and they ask you to go take some prerequisite as far as law school. So it's the same thing.
Madam Chairman,
yes, Ms. Huckabee.
in order to treat this like we have done in the past, and to know that, she can, take the law. I move that she sit for the, state board exam for, natural hair braiding.
I second.
Motion made by Ms. Huckabee, seconded by Ms. Walker, that she sit for the Tennessee Natural Hairstyling Exam. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry. Now you send an application in to take the Tennessee Natural Hairstyling Exam. How would you go about this now, since it's PSI?
You can get on the board's website, and there's a link to the PSI testing site. And you go on, set up the time to take the test, and pay your fee, and you go and take the test. It's very easy. If you have any questions, PSI has a phone number, and the board office is always there to help as well.
Good luck.
Thank you, good luck.
Thank you very much.
I think you have some extra certificates over here if you'd like those.
Okay,
If you go back to the library, there is the administrative report and a separate.
Now, what about this application license? Shop.
That's for the shop that will be approved once you have the manager.
Okay.
That's
All right. Go back to what?
the administrative report.
Okay.
That's all right.
I'm not there.
I just scrolled.
look at me.
All right, we're ready.
Okay, we have applications for examination. All of them have explanation letters that have felonies, and they all have letters of recommendation. I'm just going to read on through their names, and y'all can scroll through the iPads as you go along. Everything's with the person's name. Andre Johnson, Nicole Coleman, Christy Long, Bethany Abel, Mindy Wheelock, Chastity Perry, Colleen Hendricks, Delbert Forrester, I apologize, there's a misspelling, I believe his name is Forrr. Katrina Stewart, Misty Coffey, Alexis Helms, Danielle Williams, and Cody Ewing.
Is there any discussion? Do I hear a motion?
I would like to make a motion that we accept with a signed agreed order.
Motion made by Ms. Covender, seconded by Ms. Smith, that we approve with a signed order. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Okay, next we have instructor seminar extension requests. These are right after the applications in your iPads. First we have Marcia Hook. Her continuing education due date was in 2012. She is requesting to extend to 2012 or supplement with some Ohio hours. Apparently in Ohio you have to take management courses, and I believe she has management and instructor's license there. So she took a management class, which she was unable to provide the supplemental information because it was in some storage facility, but she did complete that online. resigned from Ohio in 2012, and she did make sure to tell me that it was with regards to management focus. She is currently, has a dual esthetician instructor license in which she was teaching, and she did not teach this year, so she did not get the notice to go, and she apologizes and says she would love to extend the instructor seminar to attend next year if the board will allow her, but if not, she is requesting that she just have her license status dropped to just esthetician, depending on what the board's decision is.
So it really boils down to, do we accept the Ohio?
Right. To which she just simply explained that to me. She did not provide any documentation.
But her license is active in Tennessee?
Yes, ma'am. And she has paid the renewal fee for the instructor. She just has failed to attend. And we notified her in the board office that she had to attend in order to renew, and that's when she realized that it is already past the time.
I understand.
Well, that wouldn't be her fault. She'd have to pick it up next year, wouldn't she? If she applied after seminars.
So she has her Tennessee instructor's license, but she has not attended the education to keep it active.
Right. And she's requesting an extension to 2013 in order to attend in 2013 to maintain. She would have to go again in 2014 if she wanted to renew it.
She wouldn't attend.
Yes.
How long has she been licensed, does it say?
Since it's 2001.
And she's kept it up, she just, I wonder why she forgot this year.
She quit teaching, and she wasn't working at the school in order for them to send her the seminar information to tell her when. And the board office renews if they send the letter if they receive the renewal without seeing that the attendance is in the system. And so she wasn't aware that the 2 years had passed.
So she's not exactly right. The president just now coming from Ohio then.
No, she keeps up an Ohio license.
Well, the Ohio, what she did in Ohio wouldn't have anything to do with Tennessee.
Right, that's correct. He just wanted to make sure we knew that.
So it boils down to, do we give her an extension or not?
And it has nothing to do with medical.
Correct.
Any more questions, any discussion?
Well, if we consider the request for an extension, we can ask her to go in 13.
She asked.
Well, I mean,
That would be 13 and 14,
right. I mean, well, yeah, she said that she would have to go in 14, so, whatever.
When does her license expire again if it's renewed?
2 years.
So it'd be,
Her instructor license is for 2 years, so she would go again
it'd be,
in 2014. But if the board required her before they renewed, she would have had to go in 14. If that's your decision.
I guess my question is, if we granted her this extension, if she attended 2013, the way the law reads, you have that 2-year period to attend again. When your license expires. Well, if her license doesn't expire to 14,
Well, if we accept this renewal and she attends in 13, we haven't processed the renewal because we can't process the renewal until the hours are complete or the board waives the extension request. So right now, she's requesting that if you do not extend, that we process the renewal for a basic esthetician license as opposed to an esthetician instructor. We're holding her license.
So she's actually run out of time. Is that
She
correct?
was due to go in 2012.
Okay. And she has, no medical reason.
Right.
She just didn't do it.
Right.
And normally we, extend it because of, medical. That's what we've done in the past.
do I have a motion on this?
I make a motion that we deny the request for extension.
Motion made by Ms. Clippinger, seconded by Ms. Wormsley, that we deny. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, we have a continuing education seminar extension request for Jennifer Brantley. She was due in 2011 and is requesting to attend again in 2013. She has attended the seminar in 2012 for her past due date. She is just now requesting to extend. And she has provided a doctor's note. It's scroll to her name.
She does have a medical statement.
Mm-hmm.
But keep scrolling.
Scrolling it. She was under the care of a physician for 2000 for an extended period of time.
2011, but she didn't go in 12?
She did go in 12.
Oh,
So she's requesting that you extend.
She went on her own, though.
Yes, she went ahead and went, hoping that you would extend. I believe.
All right, extend for 13?
Yes.
Oh, I see. She went in 12,
Mm-hmm.
hoping we'll accept that, which should have been in 13. I was backwards there for a
We
minute.
don't do that, do we? We haven't been doing that if you
But it says request to attend in 2013.
Right, she's additional, because her renewal, she was due to go in 2011. She missed it, so she went ahead and went in 12, but since it's just now coming before the board, she hasn't requested to extend it. She wanted to go ahead and attend in 2012 to make up for missing in 11. So she would have to go again in 2013 to keep her instructor license. So she's
Okay.
backtracking on what she was required to do.
Okay, but it sounds like to me there's, if she's going to attend in 13, she's okay. I
She
don't,
didn't attend in 11.
Didn't.
She was supposed to attend in 11, but she went ahead and attended in 12. So the board has to approve that extension.
but she has a doctor's note
Yes, she has a
for that period of time.
mm-hmm. And then she will attend in 13 also.
If that's what, yes, she would have to.
Okay, that makes sense. And the extension and then 14. So she attended, if we gave her this extension or back extension, however you want to word it, then she would attend in 2013. And then she'd be fine.
When did she get the doctor's note?
It's on,
We got it here in the office on September the 10th. You can see that as a fact at the top.
Okay.
That,
But
the
when,
doctor's note is not dated.
it don't have a date on it.
She did not provide that. advised her in August when she attempted to renew that she had to extend. And she had already attended in 2012.
But that medical note gives us the information we need that she was under physician's care for a period of time in 2011.
Yeah.
I don't know. I make a motion that we accept her extension.
Motion been made by Ms. Coopinger. Do I hear a second? Second? Did you second, sir? No, I thought somebody seconded. Don't clear your throat, I'll make you a second.
I'll second.
Seconded by Mr. Walker. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried. Y'all are getting weak on me.
Next, we have a request for Leanne Leslie. She is due in 2012. She is requesting to extend to 2013. She has health issues, and there is a doctor's note provided. I think the doctor's note is after her letter.
But she'd already paid her way and everything, just got sick. Yep. That's definitely a good reason for an extension.
Madam Chairman, I move that we grant her an extension.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Huckabee, second by Ms. Carpenter. We grant extension. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Okay, next we have Lakeitha Carter. She was due in 2011. She is requesting to attend again in 2013. She did attend in 2012. This is similar to Ms. Brantley. But there is no doctor's note.
Without a doctor's note, I move that we decline.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Huckabee, seconded by Ms. Cooper. We deny. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, we have Melanie Branham. She is due in 2012. She is requesting to extend to 2013. She missed due to illness. She advised she was going to send a doctor's note. The board office never received one. She does provide an email with an explanation.
Same will go there, will you?
Yeah. I move that we put it on hold until we get one.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Huckabee, seconded by Ms. Smith. Put this on hold until we get more information. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, we have Rebecca Husky. She is due in 2011. She is requesting to extend to 2013. Her father passed away, and she provides a letter saying so.
Is her license expired?
No. It's due for renewal in 2012. We sent her renewal notice.
She says my license expired December 11th, 31st of 11.
She has an instructor of cosmetology and an esthetician. So this is for her instructor license. She was probably referring to her instructor.
Instructor in esthetician, instructor in cosmetology. Both?
for both, yeah.
But they have not, did you say they did or did not expire?
They did. It's still active. I'm not sure what she was referencing in her letter. She may have renewed since December of 2013. Oh, okay. She renewed in July 23rd, 2013. I'm sorry, who's better at reading these RDS reports than I am?
Okay, so she has her license.
She has her license. She renewed in July of 2013, and that's when she realized, 2012, I'm sorry. That's when she realized her instructor information, her instructor education was needed, and it's not due to expire until 2013. She's requesting, in order to keep her instructor license, that we extend the due date.
And her father passed away, and she had to help her mother.
Right.
She failed to realize that she was to attend.
And that was in 2011?
That her father passed away, yes.
And then, what'd she do in 2000? Oh, so she didn't go this year?
Right. She was due.
Since her father passed away in 2011, and she was due to go this year, and I don't see that she has an excuse.
Actually, I'm sorry, I said 2011 because I read that. She said, however, during the year my father became ill and passed away. I guess I'm assuming that's after her license expires from her letter. I guess you can all read that and it's up to your interpretation. She didn't say what year.
But she said she renewed now. I'm not fully understanding.
Yes.
She said she renewed in July. How could she renew if she hadn't got her instructor status up to date?
She could renew, but it wouldn't say instructor on it.
Right.
See, what threw me off is when she said my license expired, but it really hasn't expired.
It may have expired in December and she didn't renew it until July, but it's active right now.
Okay. But only esthetician and cosmetology, not instructor. Is that correct?
Well, she was
In essence, that's what I was saying.
right. Well, she was due in 2012 to go. And she still had the opportunity to go in August of 2012, so it was renewed through 2012. 13. So, right. Unless the board extends it, her instructor will become inactive if she doesn't, if it's not extended through 2013. Does that make sense? I'm so sorry. I just completely was referencing the next person, not looking at the name. Her license is currently expired.
Whose?
Miss Husky. I was looking at the next applicant. I'm sorry.
Okay, Miss Husky's is expired.
It is expired. She's an instructor cosmetologist, and it expired on December 31st of 2011.
Well, she would be denied then, wouldn't she?
That's what you're right. She's asking to renew and extend.
I'll make a motion that we deny.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Ms. Smith. We deny. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
I'm so sorry. I'm so organized.
Well, I was trying to get it straight, and I just could not get it all straight.
I'm so sorry. instructor, a cosmetologist, and an esthetician.
Okay.
Her continuing education due date is 2012. She's requesting to extend it in 2013, and she was caring for her ill mother. She has provided documentation. But this was actually presented to you in August, so we're skipping her. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I saw that in the minutes.
That was great.
So we've already decided
Yes,
that
you've
one.
already decided. Okay. Linda Dunbar is next. She was due in 2009, is requesting to extend it to 2013. She was unable to attend between 2009 and 2011, and she provided a doctor's note, which explains that she was under a doctor's care for that time. I believe. So this is a long one. From January 2009 to December 2011 is what they're saying.
So when did she last go to seminar?
2009.
2009. No, she never went to 2009. She went to... Due to go in 2009. 2007.
Oh, my.
she's not,
2007. She was due again to go in 2009, and this doctor's note says she was under medical supervision from 2009 until 2011. So she does provide a doctor's note saying she was under medical.
But what happened to 12? She didn't attend in 2012.
I guess she's requesting the extension through 12 since she missed it. Then it's on.
so she went,
Her instructor's license has fallen off, and she's just a cosmetologist. So I think this is why she's providing her doctor's note to try to...
well, it's a little bit late, isn't it?
Yep.
Like 2 years or more?
Right, and the note says she was under the doctor's care from 2009 to 2011.
But she wasn't under the doctor's care in 12. She could have attended in 12.
When does it reveal her instructor status for that? What?
Oh, in 2009. she was-
That, okay, that's what I thought.
Any more questions, discussions?
We can bring that, operator's license back up. That's up to her. I mean, it's done now.
Any more discussion, motion?
I make a motion we deny.
Motion made by Ms. Cooper, seconded by Ms. Huckabee that we deny. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
The next is Tamika Lewis. Her due date was 2012. She's requesting to extend to 2013, and because of health issues, and provides a letter and a doctor's note.
I move that we grant her permission.
Motion made by Ms. Huckabee, seconded by Ms. Smith. We grant the extension. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next is for Eric Sharp. The due date was 2012, request to extend to 2013. The license was just upgraded in 2010, and there's a explanation letter along with a doctor's note. So this would have been the first year that would have been required since the license was just upgraded in 2010.
I make a motion we sorry. I don't want to read this anymore. I make a motion that we grant the extension.
Second.
Motion's made by Mr. Clippinger, seconded by Ms. Huckabee, that we grant the extension. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
The last seminar extension request is for Cassandra Duval. She was due in 2011. She's requesting to extend to 2013. Her house was struck by a tornado, and she has provided an insurance information note. She also has an explanation that says she's out of her house for a total of 9 months and then moved and had to sort through all of the items that were in the data. She sent pictures to Ms. Waller's email, but she could not print them all. Good insurance.
Say where she lived?
Her address is Trenton, Georgia.
Where in Georgia?
Trenton, Georgia.
I believe that's the first excuse of that kind that we've ever had.
But
Don't you think so?
and she's smart to send in this insurance form. I mean,
Yes.
tornadoes ripped through that area.
Right.
I don't know exactly where they take, but
I do.
that's the door.
It's close to Tennessee.
I'm sure it did say.
I make a motion that we grant the extension.
Motion's made by Ms. Clippinger, seconded by Ms. Walker, that we grant the extension. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes carried. Are you ready for a reciprocity? Could we take a quick break? It has been 2 hours. Is it much longer? And because of a parking situation, our Princess Sanders had to move her car, so when I called her name, she wasn't here. If you would like to step up, please. State your name, please.
Princess Sanders.
Ms. Sanders is here requesting an extension of her school hours that she took in 2005 to 2006. She completed 592 hours, and she's requesting the expiration of 7 years for the statute to be extended.
She went in 2005 and 2006.
Yes, ma'am.
And she received 592
Yes, ma'am.
in a one-year period.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just repeating to make sure I understand everything.
Which license are you trying to get?
My cosmetology.
So what month did you start? Do you remember?
I started July the 18th of 2005.
So you expired July the 18th, 2012.
Yes, ma'am.
What was your reason for being
My
out?
father was very ill. It was a few different times. We didn't expect him to make it, but however, he has pulled through. And I did get a letter from his doctor, and I handed it to Miss Waller. And I recently found out through Hazel that Miss Waller was no longer with the Board of Cosmetology anymore. And I wasn't sure if y'all still had that letter from my father's doctor.
I couldn't find it. It may be in the board office, but I did look, and Ms. Hazel looked, and we couldn't find it.
However, when I leave here, I have to go and get my father and take him to the doctor. And I could possibly obtain, another letter once I get him to the doctor.
Would you please do that and have them date when they started treating him, for what, and when he was able that you didn't have to take care of him? Could you do that for us?
You said when I go back and get a letter, you want to know when he got sick.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And when when he was able, that you did not have to help take care of him.
Okay.
And get that to the office, and then we'll present that at the next meeting. Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and then don't get in trouble with parking.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to ask her, were you his only caregiver?
For the most part, I was the one that had to make sure he got rushed to the hospital. He was in ICU a few times. We did not expect my father to make it. And, however, my father, he's very old. And, you know, as a daughter, I just, try to take care of my father, As far as the only caregiver for my father, at the time, I was the only caregiver for him when other people were busy, me being his only daughter and the youngest child, I had to reach out for my father and care for him the best way that I could.
Are you going to have time for school now?
Yes, I will. Yes, I will.
Currently enrolled.
He's
Currently
been, my
enrolled.
father has been, when he got hospitalized, he's been hospitalized maybe 5 or 6 times for like a week or 2 weeks, where he was very ill and sick, so.
And you're enrolled right now, they say?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been enrolled this time?
I've been enrolled since May of 2012.
What's your completion date?
Well, that's a really good question. It depends. If I'm able to keep my hours, then possibly maybe the next 7 months. If not, then I'm willing to do what it takes to get what I need. And I'm willing to, start over again.
Okay, so you've got May, June, July, August. You've got 4 months in this time.
Yes, ma'am.
Do I hear a motion?
I'd like to hear what Mr. Herford has to say about that.
I just know what y'all tell me when I call. They have to complete within 7 years.
That's always your answer.
Well, you just asked for, what we all, I think would ask for a doctor's excuse, statement before we make any decision.
Do I hear a motion?
Where do you live, ma'am?
I live at 4334 Ashland City Highway.
I didn't catch that. What city?
I'm sorry, I live in Nashville, Tennessee now.
Any more questions, discussion, or motion?
So with the doctor's statement, she comes back, and we look at the doctor's statement, and then we make a decision?
That's what I was thinking would work.
Okay, I want to make a motion that we, table this decision until we receive the documentation in regards to her father's hospitalization.
Okay, motion's been made by Ms. Waller and seconded by Ms. Wormsley, that she get information from the doctor and present it to us at the next meeting. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes carried. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And what was it that you wanted me to, I know you wanted a letter from my doctor.
Stating when he got ill,
Uh-huh,
how long he was ill, where you had to be the one to take care of him,
uh-huh.
and what the illness was.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Y'all have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
We are also going to have Mr. West come before the board. He has an application approval, which I did not have on the list. Apparently, the board office has had his information for quite some time, and he would just like to be approved to test. He has stated that he has sent his recommendation letter and his explanation of his felony to the board, and he should have been in past meetings. He just has not been presented. So if you all would like me to review that, and if you would approve that I approve it, I would be more than happy to, or if we would like him to make a statement, that is fine as well. But since he has been waiting so long, I would request that we do something today.
We just usually get a paperwork on that, that way, and they'll have to speak with them.
Send it to the board office and stuff.
And so they've not acted on it.
Right, and so upon you all's motion, if you would like, I can approve them to test once I review the application that's in the board office.
Oh, it's at the board office?
Yes.
I make a motion that we allow our attorney to approve with a signed agreed order.
Do I hear a second?
I did.
All right. Motion's been made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Ms. Smith, that we give our attorney the power to approve or disapprove with a signed order. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay?
As a note for the minutes, that is for Mr. Christopher West. Mr. West, we will be in touch with you tomorrow about getting all your information, make sure you have it, and then we'll make sure you can set up to test with PSI once we send you the agreed order to sign. Rachel Powers. We're at the 710 building on the second floor. Okay?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Ayes, carried.
I have one reciprocity, which is not on the reciprocity list, that I am going to go over with y'all. He was supposed to do an appearance, but he failed to appear, so I'm going to go ahead and present his application. I think he just wanted to present his information to you all, but he wasn't. This is for Carl Drosden Smith. He went to the Vidal Sassoon Academy in London and graduated with 1,500 hours in 2003. He provides paperwork as well as a letter from an employer at Tony and Guy Manley stating that he has worked for the past 5 years. There is no transcript of hours. He does provide various certifications. It would be my recommendation that we approve him, although we simply just have his work history letter. And I can pass that around for you all. And there's a few other letters. And he probably is in the iPad, he's just under up here before the board, so if you feel sufficient to go back and look under up here before the board, you're more than welcome.
Before we took the break, we were still under the administrative report.
Yes, no, we're still under administrative report, just scroll up to reciprocity. He actually is not on administrative though, he's under appear before the board.
And on the appear before the board section, yeah, I've got him. Carl Smith, it says that he is an excellent stylist and educator. He is currently taking a position as receptionist.
Right.
So, is part of his 5-year work history a reception?
No, his
Receptionist?
prior work history is instructor in these foreign countries, the UK and Australia, I believe. This is an international company that has worked for Tony Guy and Manley. He also provided his resume to me, as well as various other certification, certificate type information. It's all very nice.
What's his license?
Cosmetology.
Not an instructor?
I'm not sure if it's I know it's cosmetology.
believe you just said cosmetology reciprocity.
Yes. Says he takes part in teaching and our assistant training.
Right. I think that was what he did then. I think he's just applying for cosmetology.
But, why would, if he's not his license, of course, I know that in the school,
And she highly recommends him, and she is actually had advised me to say she gave him her highest regard.
Telling you guys.
but this is at a school, and if he just had a cosmetology license,
I'm not sure.
we need to double check that.
Right.
As far as instructor. Well, this is one of the other schools where he's taking a job. At Google, and he's got on Google search, I told you. A receptionist.
Right, he's a receptionist.
But I didn't want to.
He just has 1,500 hours. It doesn't say anything about instruction. So
He's not applying for instructor license.
right.
He's just applying for like
That's what
cosmetology.
that's my understanding.
He has 1,500 hours and he has the current 5-year work history.
Yes, ma'am. This is London. That's what I'm writing down for you.
Madam Chairman, I make a motion to grant him reciprocity.
Second. Motion's made by Ms. Smith, seconded by Ms. Coopinger, that we grant him reciprocity. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Are under the administrative reports and the reciprocity. Okay, first on our list is Min Raymond. This is reciprocity manicurist license. Min graduated from Washington State with 600 hours in 2002. Washington certified 500 hours. There's also tax returns attached. The past 3 years of tax returns clearly detail the work history of a manicurist, but the IRS document was for the past 2 years was just a 1040 transcript, so that is why it is before the board for approval. So the 2007 looked fine, 8 and 9 looked fine for me. I wasn't sure about 10 and 11.
He had 600 hours in Washington State,
Yes, Washington only certified 500 because that is what they certify.
so he took 600 hours and he only needed 5. Is that what we're saying?
Yes, ma'am. And then he provides a 5-year work history, but the last 2-year tax returns are included in the iPad because they weren't, they didn't show exactly what he did. The previous tax returns, he provided the full return and said manicurist, so I didn't feel the need to provide those. I
code requires X amount of hours, and they always have more. Like this 100 extra hours.
But we're really down to
The tax return.
tax return, the work, the 5-year work.
Yeah. I'm just throwing that out there. It comes up all the time.
Which one weren't you sure about?
It's just the ones that are on here. They don't tell what
Profession.
profession.
So, down where he signs it, your occupation, nail tech, for,
That's the 2009. We received was the 2009. So the 2009 one is provided.
2010 is where I am,
Okay.
and it says nail tech.
Okay.
And then 2011, on the very last page at the bottom, it says manicurist.
Which is one of the same.
Yeah.
So it was the first 2 years. The 2007 and 2000. Sorry, 2000. So he only provides 2009.
I'm not finding the nail tech line.
Just to the right, far right corner. Last page.
Oh, okay.
And then, well, oh, man, he's got manicures.
Let's take this one.
I believe it's the first, right after the certification, the
Yeah, it's a nail tech.
2007 transcript. It's a 1040 transcript. That year doesn't provide. In 2008, we just had one page for both of those. If y'all feel comfortable that those transcripts work for 2007 and 2008. Right.
You know, man.
Yeah, the first two, 7 and 8, don't say anything about the occupation.
Right.
They're called joints.
And that may be why, but that's why I'm bringing it up.
I'm not familiar with this particular form, but I'm not familiar with a lot of IRS forms. What is this form? How does it vary from?
This
Go ahead.
No, you can go ahead.
This is when you request the copy.
Okay.
You're not gonna get that full
Form.
detail line
Gotcha.
by line form as the other ones that are.
I understand. Thank you.
This is when you request a copy, and it's abbreviated, and it's just certain line items they're gonna include.
So we're just down to 7 and 8 is what we're down to. Whether to okay 7 and 8. When did he originally get his license, ma'am?
When did he originally get his
Hmm?
His date of issuance was 2003 in Washington, and it was expiring January 3rd of 2013.
Well, other than those two, everything looks good to me, and those two, like Pearl said, you can't get the originals.
I make a motion that we grant reciprocity based on the 5-year work history.
I second.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Ms. Walker, that we accept reciprocity. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, we have Caitlin Springer. Ms. Springer is a cosmetology applicant from Florida. Her Florida license is enclosed, along with the Florida certification. Florida only certifies 1,200 hours, but she has provided a letter from her cosmetology school in which she states she has 1,677 hours. She just came into the board office on Friday and advised me that she would be able to provide a transcript at some point if this letter will come, detailing the 677 hours for cosmetology.
So she can get a transcript from
The school, yes, ma'am.
the North Florida for the last 300 hours.
I make a motion that we request the transcript.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Ms. Smith, that she present us with the transcript of the 300 hours. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Do I have the authority to approve her if the transcript is sufficient? So she doesn't have to wait another month? Can I get the board's approval?
I'd like to make a motion that we give approval to Attorney Powers to accept her 300 hours with the proof of the transcript.
Motion been made by Ms. Coopinger that we give our attorney the power to okay this as long as the transcript is okay. Do I hear a second? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Okay. Seconded by Ms. Smith. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, we have Angela Dixon. Ms. Dixon is applying for a cosmetology license. She has hours from Heritage College totaling 1,260. She graduated in 2010. She provides her student transcript as well as her Oklahoma board certification for a esthetician.
And they require 600 hours, is that correct?
Which license is she requesting?
She didn't mark it.
It's got facialist on there.
Yes, it's an esthetician license. She's requesting esthetician license.
she's just been licensed since, August 10. Is that correct?
Her certification she was licensed in 2010.
It's been 2 years.
Right, Oklahoma only certifies 600 hours. I believe she provided her transcript in order to show additional hours.
Where on that transcript does it give us the total hours, please?
I don't see where it does give us the total hours. It does, yeah.
See, I just don't see proof of over 600 hours.
Yeah, it looks like this says 94.5 hours from my math.
Quarter credit.
Right, and it says on her application that she graduated with 1,260 hours. So I'm not sure the connection.
Too many numbers.
Right, but the board only certifies 600. The Oklahoma board certifies 600 hours. 95 may be a college credit.
That is true, yeah. Yeah, quarter credits, there it is, 94.5 of 94.5. It's 150 difference. So we have proof of 600 hours, we required 750.
I can't find any place where she could accumulate the 1,260 hours. It's on the application.
Right.
Well, I'll make a motion that she take an additional 150 hours and then take the Tennessee exam.
Motion made by Ms. Cookinger, seconded by Ms. Wormsley, that she attend 150 more hours and then sit for the Tennessee exam. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes, carried.
Next we have Tina Hanson. Ms. Hanson attended Riverside Hairstyling Academy in Florida and graduated with 1,200 hours in 1988. Her Florida certification shows 1,200 hours and she is currently actively licensed. She has provided a letter stating she does not have a 5-year work history of her children. I apologize that the picture covered up the top of the letter. I tried to remove it, but it was tearing the paper. So it's just requesting to transfer her license. So through that.
You know, it's funny that Florida would certify more than 1,000 because that's all they require is 1,000.
1,200.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. That's right. Beg your pardon.
And that's been since 88.
Yeah.
She says she's been active. Well, I'll let you read the letter.
working since 1988. She's got the experience.
Well, she, not the entire time.
This has been taking care of family friends.
She hasn't worked behind a chair in the last 10 years.
Thanks for coming.
See, I didn't read that part.
Well, I make a motion that she take an additional 300 hours and take the Tennessee exam.
I second.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Ms. Walker, that she take 300 more hours and sit for the Tennessee exam. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, we have Lisa Tran. Ms. Tran is applying for a manicurist license. She attended Atlanta Beauty Cosmetology School in Georgia and graduated with 600 hours. Georgia certifies 525 hours. She does not have a 5-year work history as she just finished school in 2010.
She has 525, no work history.
And she says she has 600, but the state only certifies 525. So it may be that if we asked her for a transcript, if she could provide it, then she just did. I'm not sure how long it would take that.
She still don't have a 5-year work history.
Yeah, because she only finished in 2010.
I wonder where she got this 600 hours from.
Does it say this, Georgia?
Atlanta Beauty Cosmetology School in Georgia is what she put on her application.
Well, tell me to comply. Well, we're going with what we have. To comply with Tennessee though, we need 75 more hours. I put that from a motion that she attend, cosmetology school for another 75 hours in the field of manicures and sit for the Tennessee exam and pass.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Smith, seconded by Ms. Oakley. She attends 75 more hours of schooling and then sit for the Tennessee exam. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next is Maria Quezada. She is from Mexico. She graduated with 2,480 clock hours in 2011. She provided translated documents to explain her cosmetology curriculum. It looks like she took certain hours and then she also worked certain hours, and I think she breaks that down. And then these versions that you're looking at are translated versions. I do have the Spanish versions in her file. And it looks to me like they take class hours and it shows she had 480 class hours. And then there's almost certifications she gets, I believe, and then they score her on those. And for example, the professional stylist, she got a 10. I'm not sure what the other
I
one.
don't see the certification or anything, do you?
That was my interpretation of it. That helps at all.
So, I'm a little bit confused. She has proof of 480 hours?
Right, and then she states that she has 2,000 hours in actual work,
Special staff.
special styling. I believe it almost seems to me like it may be like an apprentice type work where you get the education theory and then you go and practice. And it seems like she has a cosmetology diploma and a hairstyling diploma.
What's she requesting from us?
Cosmetology.
Oh, I see. And she has 480 hours of cosmetology.
This is the only, transcript type that breaks down the hours that you provided. So I'm assuming that the other 2,000 are in her letter, per her letter, 480 hours in cosmetology and 2,000 in specialization in hairstyling.
Excuse me, Madam Chairman, when did she complete the 480 hours, please? What date was the 480 hours completed?
It looks like 2011. If you look on the transcript, it says grace period starting date 12/2010, ending date 4/11, starting date 8/11, ending date 12/11. So it looks like she completed those in December of 2011. And these stylist certifications are all dated November of 2011. And her
Excuse me, doesn't she still lack 1,020 hours?
Seems like. I guess she's wanting us to count the hours that she says she has in hairstyling. We have proof of 480 hours, correct?
correct.
I make a motion that she take an additional 1,020 hours and then take the Tennessee exam.
I'll second.
Motion made by Ms. Cooper, second by
You can say Hereford or Hereford or...
Hereford. I just went totally dead. Mr. Hereford, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes, carried. All right. Did she sit for, take 1,020 hours and sit for the exam? Sir, I just went totally blank.
No problem.
I'm good.
Next we have Jessica Jones. Ms. Jones went to the International School of Beauty in Florida. She graduated with 1,200 hours in October of 2000. She provides her Florida license as well as her Florida certification, stating her initial licensure date was 2000. She is active through 2013, Florida certified 1,200 hours.
I make a motion she take an additional 300 hours and sit for the Tennessee exam.
Second. Motion made by Ms. Cooper, second by Ms. Smith. To attend 300 more hours sit for the Tennessee exam. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes, carried.
Next we have Loretta Lita. Loretta is applying for an esthetician license. She went to John Nave University in Tennessee and graduated with 750 hours in 1993. And she is licensed in Florida. Florida certifies 260 hours. She also sent a letter saying that She could not get her paperwork, although she may have documentation in Florida. I'll let you read the letter. It's in the iPad. And she provides some certifications as well.
Right, in 93, she took the 750 hours at John Nave,
That is what she
but
said.
did not take the state board.
Correct.
Is that, okay. Then she moves to Florida and takes more hours.
Looks like it.
Completed training to become an esthetician in Florida.
If Florida certifies her hours, she also provides her Florida transcript, which says that it has 260 hours from 2009 to 2010.
Do we have proof of any of the Tennessee hours?
We do not.
So we just have to disregard those.
Yeah.
And we checked our database as well regarding education at John Hay, but we do not have any documentation.
Didn't find anything at John Hay.
Not in our board office records.
Shouldn't she have some if she completed hours there?
If she did, she could. If that was when the board required the schools to report the hours. I'm not sure in 1993 what the board
I'd like to ask Ms. Hazel, would they be on record if she obtained those hours? You didn't find them? Okay, thank you.
I make a motion that she take an additional 490 hours and take the Tennessee exam.
Motion made by Ms. Cooper, seconded by Ms. Wormsley, that she attend 490 more hours and then sit for the Tennessee exam. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, we have Juan Hong. She is applying to be an esthetician from California, graduated with 600 hours in 2008. She provides her esthetician's license as well as a proof of training document from the Department of Consumer Affairs and her California certification.
California requires 600. Is that correct?
I make a motion she take an additional 150 hours and take the Tennessee exam.
Motion made by Ms. Cooper, seconded by Ms. Smith, that she attend 150 more hours and then sit for the Tennessee exam. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next is New Louis. She is applying to be a cosmetologist. She went to school at Vision's Hair Design in Wisconsin, graduated with 1,845 hours in June of 2012. Wisconsin certification is attached.
Are those apprentice hours?
Looks like they are endorsed from Vietnam.
She has her Wisconsin license,
Yes, ma'am.
and did she get those by reciprocity?
Yes. Well, it says via endorsement from Vietnam.
So I just wonder if she's ever taken an exam.
And she's after cosmetology.
They do offer the exam in various different languages.
If she took an exam, it would probably read exam on there, wouldn't it?
Sometimes they say and sometimes they don't. I'm not as familiar with Wisconsin. That's not a state we get them from often since I've started process. The Wisconsin information is attached of what Wisconsin requires, our tax code. It does say exam given in English unless otherwise noted on the certification.
You can't you obtain your license two different ways, like 1,800 hours, and also another way through apprenticeship program?
Per this document from Wisconsin, yes. It looks like for her certification, she was endorsed for Vietnam. Typically, on these certifications, if they have reciprocity from another state, for example, if we're certifying somebody that's received reciprocity from California, we'll say certified from California, and then if we tested, I believe we say that as well. So from this, it would look like she was just endorsed from Vietnam, but it doesn't give any additional information.
Is there any way we could find out if she took an exam in the United States?
I'm sure we could ask. Absolutely.
Does anyone have any other thoughts on this situation?
She just obtained her license in June of this year
Yes, ma'am.
in Wisconsin.
I would feel very comfortable if I knew she took an exam. But without taking an exam, that bothers me.
I think we need some more documents.
Is that a motion?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Motion been made by Ms. Huckabee that we need more documentation, especially about the exam. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Clippinger. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
If she did in fact take the exam, do I have the authority to approve her?
That's another discussion.
Bring it back. Do it again.
Bring it back. like to know the date of the notary, and typically on or around when we receive the application, so that's our processing time. So if I'm bringing them back before you, it's another month before it's processed.
Yeah, but when we roll it around all this long, there's a question about something that we need to look over as a whole, I feel like.
Absolutely, that's completely up to you. I just want you all to always be aware of the processing time, which is usually we receive in and around when the notary is. So, some of these are September, some of them are a lot older than that. So you know. Next, we have Hannah Dalbigan. Hannah went to the International Academy of Elite Aesthetics and Micropigmentation in Colorado and graduated with 750 hours in 2011. She has included her certifications. And Colorado, you multiply the certification times 20. So I believe they certify 600 hours. And she also provides her diplomas and certifications as well.
So really, it's 600 hours, is that correct?
That's what they certify, yes.
Okay. With 150 difference.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to motion to go back to school for 150 hours, except for test exam.
Motion made by Ms. Smith, second by Ms. Wormsley, that she attend 150 more hours, then sit for the Tennessee exam. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, we have Ben Dewey. Application is for cosmetologist. It's an apprentice application from Georgia with 3,062 apprentice hours completed in June of 2011. Certification is attached.
See, in Georgia, you can do either or.
That's correct. So they equal 3,000 apprentice hours to 1,500 credit hours. In the cosmetology program.
And they have to take an exam. And I know in Georgia, the salons that do the apprenticeship are registered as, quote, salons and school apprenticeship hours. We went through that before.
Do they take classroom hours?
One time we didn't accept those, did we?
Right.
When did we change that?
We accepted one recently, and then we accepted one about a year ago. I can't remember exactly when it was recently. I'd have to... But I do remember we really got in depth into Georgia law. It's when that young man came before us and wanted his license to reciprocity. And they have the schools, the salons that are registered schools, and then they have classroom hours after working. That's all I know. Do you want more details on this training in Georgia?
Do you have more information on the Georgia training?
I can tell you what Georgia law says and come back with that information. What their apprentice hours include. I'm sure there's likely a breakdown of Georgia's apprentice hours. Apprentice hours are working in a shop under a cosmetologist. So these 3,062 hours are clocked under an apprentice cosmetologist in a shop.
But yet they shouldn't.
But I don't know exactly if there's a certain requirement for sanitation or if there's a checkbox of what they require. I'm sure I can contact Georgia and look at their state laws and find out more information.
That would be good to know.
No, table.
I make a motion, we table this till we get more information.
Second. Motion made by Ms. Coppinger, seconded by Ms. Smith. We table this till we get more information from Georgia. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next we have Fan J. This application is from the Virginia for cosmetologists, graduated 1,500 hours in 2008. The cosmetology transcript is from the Executive Beauty Academy, has been enclosed, as well as identification, a Pennsylvania licensure, and a certification from the state of Pennsylvania that the licensure was obtained via examination. It doesn't expire until January 2013. Pennsylvania certifies 1,250 hours, but individual included their transcript as well, which looks to show 1,500 hours.
But Georgia don't require 1,500?
Georgia only certifies 1,250, so I would assume that. Oh, sorry, Pennsylvania is where she's licensed, so she doesn't show a Georgia licensure. Georgia's where she went to school. So Pennsylvania, she took the exam, pursuant to the certification, and Pennsylvania.
Now, they require 1,250 on this,
requires 1,250.
on this transcript. Which-
Georgia is where she went to school, which is 1,500. And I can tell you how many Georgia requires.
Well, this says Executive Beauty Academy, Woodbridge, Virginia.
Right, yeah.
But that,
No, it is Virginia. You said Georgia, I'm sorry. It's Virginia.
all right, but it says 1,500 on this
Right,
certificate, and then over here, they only,
because Pennsylvania only certifies 1,250.
but the academy has proof of 1,500.
Right, and Georgia certifies 1,500, so Georgia requires 1,500.
Georgia?
Sorry.
We're getting tired.
Virginia requires 1,500 pursuant to the NIC book. So if she did license in Virginia, she would have been required to get 1,500. So that makes
Okay,
sense with
okay.
this information.
All right.
Where does she take an exam?
Pennsylvania, if you look on their certification, it says obtained by examination.
I see, okay. So she has the 1,500 hours and she's taking an exam.
Mhm.
Let's see. I make a motion that... Wait a minute. The driver's license are from Georgia. That's where we got
That's-
Georgia.
Oh,
That makes you feel better.
I was like, I know I saw Georgia somewhere.
Well, there's
She's lives in
Georgia,
Georgia currently, it looks like.
Georgia and
But she
Virginia
went
and
to
Pennsylvania.
Virginia, Right.
Okay. Well, I make a motion that we grant reciprocity.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger. Do I hear a second? Seconded by Ms. Smith that we grant them grant her reciprocity. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, we have Christina Delandria. Christina went to school in New York, graduated with 1,000 hours in June 2008. She's applying to be a cosmetologist. Her New York certification shows 1,000 hours and that she's qualified by examination.
I make a motion she take an additional 500 hours and take the Tennessee exam.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger that she attend 500 more hours and sit for the Tennessee exam. Do I hear a second?
I second.
Second by Ms. Walker. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next is Kelly Dugan. Ms. Dugan is applying to be a cosmetologist. She completed 1,507 hours in Florida in 2008. She provides a transcript that says 1,507 hours and a Florida certification which has 1,200 hours. I have included everything for your information. And she also included a letter, as well as work letters, but since she didn't complete school since 2008, it's only 4 years.
Now, is this another one that went to school in Florida?
Yes.
Got 1,500 hours,
Yes.
and she only needs 12.
Her letter is explaining that.
Well, I'd sure like to find that out. That's very unusual.
But she, okay, here it says she's recent from Tennessee, and she wanted to eventually be able to transfer my license to my home state. I think it's confusing.
Okay, I want to know if she went to school in Florida, not just her, anybody. So she's gone to school in Florida, she's took 1,500 hours, and they will only certify 12, then do you have the documentation always that they went more hours than that?
Are you asking if we request the documentation showing the number of
No?
hours?
Would you have proof anywhere in
She
there
has her educational transcript included the page after her application.
from the school that she attended?
Yes, Paramount Institute.
Okay.
It says 1,507.93 hours to date. And it looks like she's taken 4 exams. One after 1,200 hours, and I'm not sure.
Well, she was licensed in Florida by exam for her Florida certification.
Well, she doesn't have the work history, but, I mean,
It was only through
yeah.
2008.
she's given us the documentation of at least 1,500 hours. Correct?
Here's what's confusing me. I can see work history for 8, for 08, for 09, for 10, 11, 12, but what is this about? Let me get back to it. Prior to, she's in Florida, prior to that, I was a manager of the True Blue Salon in Nashville. And prior to that, I was the manager for an additional 4 years at Hair Cutters International in Lakeland, Florida.
I would think unless True Blue is some sort of aesthetics that we don't license, then maybe that's the explanation. Or maybe she was some sort of administrative manager that wasn't related to the cosmetology field if we do license. Because obviously, pursuant to Tennessee law, the manager has to be a licensed cosmetologist if it is a cosmetology shop.
It says Kelly Duncan worked at True Blue Salon as the salon manager, but it doesn't tell me what True Blue Salon is.
Right. Her work history is really inapplicable at this point because it's not 5 years because she didn't complete her education until 2008.
Yeah, we just have to look at the hours.
Was this certificate from Paramount Institute notarized?
Yes, it has a seal on it. Just going to pass it around.
Well, I say, anybody can disagree, but I say based on the hours that she's presented proof of, that we grant her reciprocity.
Do I hear a second?
I'll say it.
Motion made by Ms. Carpenter, seconded by Ms. Smith, that we grant her reciprocity because of the amount of hours she has proof of. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Last reciprocity. Nancy Lamb went to Ariel's Hair Design in Arkansas in 2009. There is Alaska. I thought AK was Arkansas, my mistake. Arkansas certification is enclosed. She was originally issued this certification in 2000. She was originally licensed there in 2010. She also. As an esthetician, 350 hours.
Good.
I make a motion, she take an additional 400 hours and take the Tennessee exam.
Motion is made by Ms. Coopinger that she attend 400 more hours and then sit for the Tennessee exam. Do I hear a second?
A second.
Second by Ms. Walker. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
We're gonna take a break.
Can we take a break, please? He's taking it from across.
We may have to recharge these.
How much, do we have a lot of miscellaneous?
We only have 3 miscellaneous, and we have a couple of questions by the board, and then I have my legal.
No, I'm just kidding.
Would you like one?
I'm just kidding. Gina always provides stuff.
Before we get into the miscellaneous request, I just wanted on the record, I think Bill had already talked to you about this, Ms. Colley, but I didn't have on the record this information. The administration and legal approved the reciprocity applications that are completely sufficient, so they don't have to be presented to the board.
Wonderful.
Can you all move for that?
Oh, please.
We do it, Ms. Waller did it, and we have been doing it because Ms. Colley said that, yes, y'all had given Ms. Waller the authority to do that, but we just want it on the record. Because when Terrence was the attorney, she used to bring every single reciprocity before, even if there was no question. And now, if they absolutely meet the requirements, they're licensed in another state and have a 5-year work history with 1,600 hours, we just go ahead and approve them.
Otherwise, we'll be here 2 days.
Yeah, well, I so moved.
Motion's been made by Ms. Coopinger that we allow you to make the decisions when the reciprocity applications reach the requirements. Do I hear a second?
I second.
Seconded by Mr. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Okay, on to miscellaneous requests. Lori Mack's application to become a licensee expired in April, and she has advised that she had doctor's issues. She thought she had cancer, and there were medical issues, and she is requesting an extension where she does not have to retest due to her medical issues.
For her application to take the test,
She tested and she passed. There is a statutory rule that if you do not pay your fee within 6 months, you have to retest. And she's requesting waiving the 6 month expiration, that we go ahead and let her pay her fee and be licensed.
How long?
she had the doctor's.
She did not provide a doctor's note. I believe she,
Well, let's have that.
okay. If we get her doctor's note, we can approve her.
Is that a motion, Ms. Smith?
Any discussion on it, what do you think?
She's already tested and passed. So she just,
How long ago has it been?
her 6 months expired in April.
Oh, it's not like 2 or 3 years.
Right, no.
But I just wanted to take this negligence, or we need the doctor's, statement saying she was sick or something.
I'm fine with getting the doctor's statement.
Is that a motion?
I will put in the form of a
Okay.
motion that we get a doctor's,
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Smith, seconded by Ms. Coopinger, that we get the doctor's,
written statement.
thank you, my brain went dead on that one, written statement, and if she provides that, we give you the authority
Right.
to issue the application. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Okay, next is Devanya Hart. Ms. Hart's license was retired in 2011. She was unaware that when you retire your license, if you are under the age of 65, that you would have to retest. She's requesting that this retesting requirement be waived, and I will advise the board that there has been some issues with regards to the board's instruction on our website and otherwise with regards to retiring your license. I personally would never recommend anybody retire their license if they were not over the age of 65, because they will be required to retest. And so we are in the process of educating our licensees about that in a better way.
But it's in the local.
Yes, but she was not aware that if she retired her license, that she would have to be retest, and she is under the age of 65, so she will be required to retest unless the board waives that requirement.
How many before her has had to test though?
I'm not sure. This retired license doesn't happen that often for you to call in and say you want to put your license on retirement. This is the first time I've ever come across.
I'm trying, do you know what page it would be on?
Let's ask Hazel that she's in the office, how they handle that.
On that census, they can put it in retirement. We ask them how old they are, and you have to be 65 or else you have to take the test over again if you want to come back and get a license. We tell them.
That's what I thought.
It will have addresses that you would see, and Laura and I are in the process of fixing our website to make sure it states that information as well.
How does this person specifically overtime? And how long ago was that? Let's see.
Her letter was sent on July 26th to the board office, and she retired it in 2011. So just in 2011, September last year. Her letter scanned in right past the information on the iPad.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I didn't get that one ago. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I guess I didn't take that. Since you all want to read the letter, I can tell you more about it. But she's just recently retired her license. She thought she wanted to be a realtor, I believe is what it said, and then changed her mind and is coming back to the world of cosmetology. And so she's requesting the testing requirement be waived.
But they are told that on the phone table when they call.
We just tell them about it. That they will have to retest.
It was a mistake on my part, and I honestly do not remember studying it that long at school.
And they just take the practical on that.
Just the practical.
And the law.
And the law, okay, that's what I meant.
That's very
I thought and that's all, begging pardon.
Where this lady, she would have been better off if the left further expired. She wouldn't have even had to retest if it hasn't been 3 years. If she just let her license expire, she could have just paid the renewal fees and been up to date and wouldn't even have to make this request. I would recommend that we waive it for her. It just seems that in her instance, it may have just been a mistaken retirement.
Doesn't happen very often, does it?
Right.
But it has though.
Absolutely.
Wonder who told her about it or what, how?
She didn't provide that information. I know, and that's one thing that we're trying to fix. You know, everybody in the board office knows different things. Sometimes there are people there, sometimes there aren't. You never know who you're going to get when you call, and it could be somebody called in administration, or you never know. Somebody could have just told her out of the board office that if she retired it, she could just take it back.
What page is it in the ballroom?
I can't find it.
It's 62-4132. Is the statute. I think that's page
No, not this one, 'cause I highlighted some stuff.
20. Any person licensed under this division of this chapter may retire their license by submitting a form at $10. Upon receipt of an application to retire, the board shall issue a retired and active license.
This
The holder shall not be entitled to engagement practice issued by this chapter.
Page 20.
20.
I personally think it's confusing.
It absolutely is, and Laura Moore has been in the process of addressing the issue on our website.
Well, I personally, I can't make a motion, but I can give an opinion. I think we need to make an exception for this lady.
Madam Chairman, I make a motion to waive this particular incident, and just a one-time thing, and we'll take each one of them up individually as it comes if we have another one. But, we will give her the benefit of a doubt.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Smith, seconded by Ms. Coppinger, that we allow her to receive her license back. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Nay.
Ayes carried. One nay. Ms. Five.
I just had a question yesterday.
Yeah.
Let me just make it clear. Okay, we have another, Tricia Zozak. She retired her license in 2009 because she removed to Georgia. This is the same type of situation. She was unaware that if she wanted to reinstate her license, she would have to retest, and she has requested that retesting be waived. She provided a letter and her Georgia licensure information where she has been. She also provides information on a name change because she was previously licensed as Logan.
Got a clean driving record. That's good to know.
We never have any, we have two back-to-back. I can't believe this.
When did she retire them?
2009, I believe. Hold up. Yes, 2009. October 5th, 2009. And we also sent the certification to Georgia in May of 2009. I'm assuming she went and practiced in Georgia for her letter.
She's obtained a Georgia license in 29.
Per her information, it looks like she has a Georgia license. She scanned in, it's an iPad.
I don't see it, but
And actually, she would be eligible for reciprocity from Georgia as well. If she submitted it that way, because they certify 1,500 hours, when she actually certified her hours, so she could send in an application for reciprocity and get
That-
her license that way.
that would make
I guess
sense.
that's a loophole way to do it if you're actually licensed somewhere else.
I think that would legally be the best way for her to go, wouldn't it?
Well, I mean, if you waive her requirement here, if you don't waive it, then she can go ahead and apply for reciprocity. She just has to come back and process more documentation through the court office. She's right, this is definitely a technicality, which shows y'all the issue of
I just have a problem with, asking people to retake the exam, and then here all of a sudden we decided we're not going to.
I mean, since I've been serving, I'm not aware that we have asked anybody to retake because of the retired license. With the board office, they absolutely do that on a daily basis.
Well, you've not been there long enough.
Right.
So it's been enacted for 3 years. No matter what we decide, she's still got to present papers of a name change, right?
She did, her
She's
marriage
already-
license, or her divorce, whatever is included in the documentation I have right here. Okay.
Any discussion on this particular item?
Well, I made the other motion, Madam Chairman, but I'm not comfortable, and like I said, I thought it would just be a once in a billion thing, and I just tried to have fun and waited. So,
Well, I can't remember this coming up before, especially two back-to-back.
Take everybody to address.
you know, it's hard to come and just look at them right now and make a snap decision. It is terribly hard and fair, not unfair.
Without having something
In my heart, it is.
for us to have before board meeting. We're supposed to come prepared, but we can be prepared.
So that's what it says, yeah.
Did I not, I thought they scanned in more than what they scanned in into the iPad for this one, sorry. This is where the licensing information and her name tag information. And what school was it like? We certified it in 2010, and the top right of that first page is her little copy, her card copy. So I would assume 2010. Seems like she probably just moved there to practice and then retired her license unknowingly and then moving back here. And like I said on this one, she can apply via reciprocity and be automatically,
Well, that would save,
right, if you don't want, I mean, we can recommend you just complete the reciprocity application.
This one bothers me because she moved away, she moved to another state, and it's been 3 years. That's a little bit different from the other one. If everybody moves and retires their license, then you want to just give it back to me when I move back.
Right. Well, she shouldn't have let it retire.
Right. Well, I'm not gonna tell her I'm not gonna tell her what to do, but I can make a motion to deny this request.
Well, okay, yeah.
She can decide whatever she else wants to do.
Okay. But without a doubt, she can get reciprocity. Everything's in order.
I mean, she'd have to complete it.
I mean,
Right,
she does, yes.
right.
Yeah, she has to do that.
But what she would submit would be in order, I mean,
A reciprocity
would have to come back.
application with her.
Well, mine's on the back too.
I was over there and I couldn't help.
I did.
I'm sorry, would you repeat it?
It is?
I make a motion that we deny this request.
Okay, do I hear a
I
second?
second it.
Motion made by Ms. Cookinger, seconded by Ms. Smith, that we deny this particular application. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes, carried.
Yeah, this particular application.
Madam Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to, direct a question to Ms. Hazel.
You on the hot seat, Hazel?
Concerning this particular law, how long has it been that they have required them to, when they put it in active to, retake this thing? That way then? Well, where exactly is it in the, other than telling them to start with, that they have to retake? Where is it written in there? I know what you tell them and what everybody else has been doing.
It's under the original license fee, 44, it's on your page 29, I believe.
29?
30, sorry. To activate a retired license at the top of page 30, a licensee 65 years and older may activate a retired license by submitting proof of age along with payment. If they're under the age of 65, they'll be required to retake and pass the practical and law portions of the exam.
Okay.
And that rule was, well, I can't tell when that part of the rule was added. Maybe 97 is the last one it's been said.
The 97.
When I was talking a while ago, there's been changes made, and she said, you can get online what is different. What is different than what we've got to go by here now that we don't have?
Well, it just doesn't clarify online that you should retake. You will have to retake the test. I don't think that it's specific to that. Oh, what's wrong with our online portion? It's just not clear as to what the requirements are. It's very vague.
Well, I mean, just in general, they said there's some more changes that was different from, since this had been printed and you could find it online, what other changes are we not aware of? And when did this happen?
I'm not aware. Oh, since 1997. This is a 2004 rule book.
Mm-hmm.
This rule book is dated.
I'm going to print them off for
Right,
everybody
they
next
need to be
time.
printed off.
I know it, but that's, I was wondering, because
Yeah.
something that we weren't aware of.
Right, and we could print that and provide it to you at the next meeting.
That'd be good.
Yeah.
That'd be wonderful.
But as far as that one, that specific rule, I'm not sure that it's been changed.
Okay.
Because they no longer give these out, right? This is the latest edition, 2004.
Yes, although it's not the latest edition of the rule. I think they just quit printing them for...
Yeah.
I thought 97 was the latest. So this is 2004.
The green one, 4.
Okay.
And also the interpretation of what we have been used to interpreting, we've been dealing with that in the past few months or what, prior to.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, that's just good.
Okay, next, questions for the board. Some of these I'm going to expand on. I had one of the administrative people on the committee type this up. So the first question is a person allowed to use a foot pedal control drill? What I found was a licensee sent an email asking about a specific foot control drill. And then I found that at some point in time, there was a statement issued by the board with regards to power devices use. I was advised that some years ago, people were using power tools as drills for nails, and I'm going to pass this all around to you all. This was a statement I found in Ms. Waller's office. I wasn't sure if it was board policy, but the part I'm concerned about is the 15,000 RPMs. This drill goes up to 25,000, and I do not know if the board wanted to limit it to 15,000 or if this drill would be allowed because it goes up to 25,000. So I needed your clarification as to that. I think lots of nail salons put pedals to control their drills, but this pedal increases the RPM. I wasn't sure if that was a board policy. And there's nothing in the law.
Oh, there's none. I don't know anything about it.
I wish I knew more information about the RPMs, what effect that has. I know more powerful.
Right.
Don't you think that
They sent, this is the actual pedal that they're asking permission to use. And he describes it as a manual speed control in the floor to control the speed of the drill.
what if you had a heavy foot?
It goes up to 25 RPMs. That was what my concern was. If this was actual board policy.
I've never seen it. Was there a date on it? I haven't seen it.
I don't recall specifics on that.
I wonder if in my lady's book if there's any information that tells us about that.
Mr. Herford, do you have any knowledge of that?
I do not. I was just thinking, though, you can do all the damage you want to with 15,000, so I can't see how you could have much more damage with 25.
Right, and as long as they have the statement on the wall that they're able to decline use of the drill.
Mr. Perry, do you have any comments, or can you enlighten us any?
I'm sorry, I can't hear the conversation.
Come up here, Bill.
Right.
There is a question from a current licensee regarding a manual speed control, which is a foot pedal used for drills. And we weren't aware if there was a RPM restriction for these. This current drill RPM is 25,000, 0 to 25,000, depending on pressure on the pedal.
Now, we've got a drill where we hardly ever use it. They'll go any RPM that they set up to, they have like a gear on that they can change it and so forth. Just go so many RPMs where they can go, real fast. But we hardly ever use our drill. We're just, taking something off of a model, not real lady. We don't use those on the ladies.
Does the Milady book have anything about the drills and the RPMs?
I don't think so.
Okay. Could we do some investigating on this subject before we make a decision? All right. Do you need it today?
What would you like me to investigate? I mean, I looked up the information on the
I'll do
drill.
it. I'll investigate myself.
I mean, absolutely, I think you all can
I'll check with the lady, and I'll call a few schools that have manicure license, if you want me to. I just don't feel comfortable making a decision without investigating.
No, I don't think we need to say, yes, you can use this, or no, you can't use it. Because there's going to be some people say, well, I'm trained to use that, and if they feel comfortable with it, because it will be a situation like, they're not supposed to wax at a manicure shop, but they do anyway.
Nothing in our rules and laws regulate the RPMs on a foot control or anything like that. So as far as a legal standpoint, I'm not sure that the board regulates using this particular device. I brought it to you because I found this, which I thought may have been a board policy. But if you are not aware that this is a board policy, I was going to tell him no if this was, because his pedal makes it go above 15,000 RPMs. But seeing that you all say you're not aware of this, then I absolutely think it's up to him to decide, especially from a legal standpoint, since there's nothing in the book that says that we regulate that. Now, that's ultimately you all's decision, and if you want to do further investigation, then absolutely you can, but it may be that, we're limiting ourselves, like Ms. Huckabee said.
Yeah, I think the sign that they're supposed to have posted probably would take care of that.
Right, probably. That was my initial thought.
Some way back, and I don't remember.
So would you like me to advise that this isn't something that we regulate, and it's up to him to determine?
Is that a motion?
We
You want a
don't
motion?
regulate it. It's not in the rules of law, so.
Do we have to make motions on these questions?
No, you don't have to.
Okay.
It may be, yeah. Okay, perfect. Next question. Are cosmetologists still allowed to perform facial hair grooming with clippers and scissors? They are aware that you cannot shave with a straight razor. They just want clarification that they are allowed to trim facial hair with clippers and scissors.
Yeah.
Yes.
I say yes. Anybody else?
You don't need much trimming.
No.
Well, somebody needs something trimmed, you're going to trim it?
I say the answer is yes.
I say for my husband's cosmetologist, yes.
The next question is basically the same question. Like I said, I would discuss these. Someone else prepared this list of questions for me. So let's drop down to the fourth question. This lady is working on starting a girls' retail and party boutique for ages 2 through 12 in Davidson County. She's in lease negotiations and hopes to open by April of 2013. As a part of her plan, the party packages will include makeovers for a birthday girl, her guests in their designated salon area. The makeovers will consist of nail painting, light glittery makeup such as lipstick, eyeshadow, and blush, and hairstyling to the extent of hair top, glittery spray, braiding, twisting, and pinning. The girls will get a hair accessory and will also get to take home whatever makeup they apply as a party favor. They would like to know what they need to do to be in compliance with the state to conduct the above-mentioned services. I believe they would need to be a full-service shop. Okay?
Set up as a cosmetology shop. And set up as a full.
Right.
All right. Would a salon need to employ a licensed nail tech if they were only going to offer nail painting to its clients? They have a children's hair salon. Did I skip one? Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped the photography one. We'll go back to the photography one. Would a person performing the following in a photography studio be required to have a cosmetology license? Basically, this lady, she owns a photography studio, and she's a photographer, and she'd like to be able to, I think, make it more of a glamour shop type place where she could style their hair and give them a little bit additional makeovers. She's not selling the makeup or the products. It's just for her photo sessions with the individual. So she's not. That's enough.
It's in the law book.
Oh.
Well, she is. Okay, would a person performing the following in a photo contest studio be required to have a cosmetology license?
Well, that exempts the theater,
Yeah, okay. I want to make sure I understood.
photography, that sort of thing.
No,
But you're saying they still have to have a license.
Well, let's find it.
They're exempt, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, somewhere, let's find it.
The exemption
Be on
statute
7,
is
page
what?
7, be on page 7, I guess.
Number 5, is that your resolution? Make sure y'all talk into the mics. Are you listing this under number 5 as a retail establishment?
No, at one time I don't know if it's got to do with the,
theatrical.
theatrical deal. Photography.
There was a question at one time about that. Something that happened.
I know it used to be that way.
But when I, got on
Because I know when there are several,
business though,
Yeah, it was in, like for a movie theater and photography and that sort of thing.
there are several photography places that they touch their hair up and touch
Oh, yeah.
their makeup. I mean,
what about when you started looking at it, when they put sick and oh, Shannon, and Rose. I said, the one we just got through doing was asking for the same thing.
Well, in this girl's case, it may be that she does maybe fit under the exemption statute for applying cosmetics in a retail establishment. She's not charging for the makeup, she's simply charging for her photography.
He did at one time list that as, in the theater or photography.
I remember that, Jim. It's
Uh-huh.
been so long ago.
Yeah. It's probably changed.
It was back in the dark ages.
Yeah.
When you go back on page 2, arranging definitions, okay, what it means, arranging, dressing, curling, waving, cleansing, cutting, singeing, bleaching, coloring, and see that arranging or anything, when we license, it's just,
Here is, I think, where you might have been referencing. If you look on page 17, under the 125 health and safety rules and regulations, I'm sorry, on page 18, it goes into that a manicure esthetician or cosmetology license outside of shop except in a nursing home, in a residence, in a hospital, in a funeral establishment, in a retail establishment, to demonstrate or apply cosmetics without charge, or at the site of a motion picture video or theatrical.
That's it, Jen.
Photo session.
That's
You're
it.
right. There. Sure is. Yeah. I'm sorry. It takes time
We
sometimes.
just couldn't find it.
We just need the wording with around somewhere.
Should have looked harder for that one, my apologies. Okay, the next one is a children's hair salon in Chattanooga. They offer birthday parties for children. If they paint only children's nails as a birthday party, do they need licensed nail techs? They have parties in a separate room from the rest of their salon. So she already has a licensed salon, and I believe she's asking if she hires people to do these parties, do they need to be licensed nail techs if they're only painting?
Well, truthfully, I've seen little girl parties where they paint each other.
And she's gonna do it in the salon,
Right, she has a separate room where she'll do the parties.
separate room.
She's a licensed salon, so everybody who works there currently is licensed. I think she's asking to employ unlicensed people just to simply paint. Which I'm sure if an inspector is going in there and unlicensed people are doing more than painting, then they would find that out, so. I guess it's up to you all to say that she can do that.
In other words, we could say painting only.
Well, that's what she said. If we paint only children's nails as part of the party, do they need licensed nail techs?
Something has come up recently about that at one of our board meetings in the last 6 months.
I think a party person came
Yeah.
to apply and came in, and you all had approved them to not have a license there. Health board related too, I believe, because it was
Yeah.
almost they're serving cake and edible things. They're putting their kids' feet in this back, busy edible stuff and painting as well. So I do recall that, and I believe you all approved them to do that and said, it's up to you. Thanks for coming to us, but.
That's right, that's what we did.
Now, this is gonna be a room where it's a party, really and truly
Yes.
going on. Okay, well, the wording she's got, you're looking at paint only to its clients?
Paint only to the children. I'm sorry, and then somebody else typed these questions up for me. I apologize once again.
Okay.
Her email,
But it's just gonna be a party.
if we paint only children's nails as a part of the party, do we have to have licensed nail techs? That's her specific question.
Yeah, well, I just have to see clients,
Yes,
That's
I
the reason I
understand.
kept asking, if
Right.
it's gonna take place in the salon,
It's in a separate room from the salon.
but it's gonna be party goers,
Yes,
really.
yes. I don't think that they're sending their pedicure people in there to be painted by someone who's not a licensed nail tech.
Yeah,
But it don't say
What's
that.
happened?
Right,
It
right.
don't say that in this, that
But
it's
clients
a
may
party.
come.
Right, and I had someone from the administrative office type of this list of questions, so my apologies for there not being.
Well, you see what I mean?
Yes, I do,
Okay.
absolutely.
I don't know, what is salon? Sounds to me, a salon needs licensed nail techs.
Mm-hmm.
I don't-
Paint only, but
And they're gonna be using real paint, real polish. Polish.
Yeah, have a party at your house and paint them. I mean, this is in a salon.
And the next thing you know, you're gonna have other people coming in and doing other services, non-professional people.
Is there some of that question left off?
No, if we paint only children's nails as a part of the party, do we need to have licensed nail techs? That's their
I
question.
can't remember what it's gonna be.
Well, on the sheet it says.
Right, I know, and again, the sheet was typed up by somebody else. If you just want to completely ignore the sheet and have me read the question again, I can
All
do
right,
that.
read it again because this answer on this one is no.
If we paint only children's nails as a part of the party, do we need to have licensed nail techs?
In a
In
salon?
a salon.
Yes, they have a separate room from the rest of the salon where they will be offering the parties for the children.
This whole thing don't sound right.
So,
when you're doing it in a salon.
Unless they happen to have a salon that had a lot of extra room.
Yeah. So this is a party room.
The next question's about his bag.
Yeah, we'd like to explore those questions for the board and let me read them.
Because most of it should be licensed for people.
Yes. With this, do we want to say yes, they need to be licensed now?
I do.
I think so.
Yes, because if we say that it's okay, then you'll have an incident where somebody will say, oh, we're having a party.
Absolutely.
We were having a party.
Yeah, we would be creating a loophole.
Yes, yes.
Ignore the next question. I don't even know where it came from.
What is a pedicure pool?
Oh, I thought it said a pedicure tool. No, I'm sorry. This is a pedicure peel question. I'm sorry. Is a nail tech allowed to use a pedicure peel without an esthetician license? A day spa has called. They are a full-service day spa, so they do have estheticians, they do have nail techs, they do have cosmetologists. There is a cranberry pedicure peel for feet that is offered in New York, and they are wanting to offer this as a seasonal service. The pedicure peel has an enzyme that eats the top surface dead skin cells.
And
It
you
is
might say
natural
something about
cranberry
that.
enzymes. But they want to know if their nail techs can use this for the pedicures, or if the estheticians have to come over and put on the pedicure peel.
I think it needs to be esthetician. That might be something equal to the little fishes we had. Little fishes. We had them. Betty was. Okay? I just knew the reason it had something to do with, she said they eat all the dead. See?
I thought about that this last week. I was in Florida, and all these little minnows came up to my legs, and I thought, they're going to eat my dead skin.
I would think it needs to be a licensed person. If they're gonna do it. But we have to check into that
So
more.
this is a full service, so they do have estheticians to do it, but they're wondering if the nail techs can do it.
The ones that do the actual pedicure.
Right.
A nail person that works on the thing, they do the
Right.
They did the pedicure.
So they would have to have, if the person wanted this service, the esthetician come over and put this on in the middle of the service and go off. That's how she explained to me.
Why? Why? Why would the nail person be the one that would do it instead of a...
I think since it's a peel, it's more of, when aesthetics has to do with the skin and the peels and that type of thing.
Maybe we need to know a little bit more about it. We that don't know anything what a peel is. I mean, that's
She
particular peel.
told me that it specifically has an enzyme, that it's a natural cranberry enzyme that just simply eats the top surface of the dead skin cells. She said it is very mild and it's not all natural. That's what she told me.
It's almost like one of those things why I asked us.
Yeah, just if you're working with the feet, it looks like you just go ahead and do it, and most people would do that.
Well, I can't see where they put out anything so strong that it would, work past the dermis. But I just don't know anything about it, but I don't see how they can have anything that strong to be that dangerous.
Is there anything in the law book about what you can do on the feet? Or you can't do on the feet?
Well, when the law book was written, the peel wasn't even around.
page 10 doesn't. It just says manicuring and pedicuring of the feet.
Yeah.
Look at that story.
Mr. Harper would like to have you know.
What'd you say?
I said, you won't be back anymore, we'll find you out today.
This is the longest meeting in the month. The chemical under the curriculum for manicuring includes product knowledge, ingredients, and uses of materials, manicuring and pedicuring, EPA and OSHA requirements.
I'm not familiar with what's in that. I couldn't tell you what they,
I would say that they would know what their restrictions are from things to apply to the feed if it's in violation of it. EPA or OSHA requirements.
but there's so many new products out nowadays. Procedures.
Can we pass? Can we just pass on it?
Okay, I'll ask them for more information.
Yes, please. Detailed information like directions and et cetera.
Okay. Next, we have a field trip request from Empire Beauty School on October 8th from 10 to 4. They are having a craft class curriculum on hair additions, basic and advanced.
At the Memphis Airport
Yeah.
Hotel.
It's called Student Salon. Student Salon, and they'll be doing what now?
They are having a craft class curriculum during that week called Hair Additions, Basic and Advanced.
Does that mean the students are going to be doing that work?
Yes. The educational facilitator is Erin Wilkins, and the educator is Keisha Warren. I was under the impression Ms. Waller just presented these for y'all's consideration, and you all would approve or deny. Is that correct? Yes.
Is there a problem with it?
I don't know, if the students, they're gonna be doing, I don't know.
It seems to be related to cosmetology, where it looks like some
Let's see if they're getting an hour.
may not be. Can I get a motion and you'll make your decision on this one?
Now, is that Empire Beauty? Is that,
Yes, the school.
it's not the one here in,
No. It's in Memphis.
okay. And that's October the 8th. That's coming, that's here.
Yes.
It doesn't say if there are several schools attending, are they putting it on?
It says the educational facilitator that will be responsible for the trip is Erin Wilkins, and the time allotted is from 10 to 4. The class curriculum that week will be Hair Additions Basic and Advanced, and this curriculum will directly correlate with the requested field trip. Students will gain additional knowledge and know-how relating to the subject matters. Keisha Warren is the educator.
Well, see, it might be that they're going to a class, and they're not going to actually be doing it. They'll be getting an education.
Right.
It's not very specific.
You're right.
And with the instructors with them.
Yes,
Is that correct?
yes.
So I feel comfortable if the instructors are with them and they're being instructed.
Yes, the instructors are going.
It's not like it's a little freebie class, come on in and get your hair
Right.
weaved. Could we make a motion that we have you talk with them and leave it up to your discretion?
Absolutely.
I can't make that motion, but somebody else could.
I can.
Yes.
I move that we allow the Empire Beauty School to field trip, October the 8th.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Huckabee, second by Mr. Coppinger, that we allow the field trip on October the 8th. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried. Okay.
Okay, Vatterott Career College is trying to motivate and create excitement for their students and are requesting a Dress Down Fridays. Their Dress Down Fridays are going to use theme days such as Blue Jean Day, Hat Day, and T-Shirt Day to bring change from wearing their uniforms every day of the week. Prizes will be given to the most unique outfit, and refreshments will be served. Is the board going to allow Vatterott to have its students participate in Dress Down Fridays?
Say big no.
Absolutely. Me on my part. Because it gets to where if you,
Mr. Herschel, what's your opinion on that?
We already do it.
You didn't ask. You said, that's smart.
I have another school in the state that does it, and it's on Friday. It'll be on Friday.
We have Blue Jean Day every Friday, and we collect $1 for everyone that wears the blue jeans, and then we take that money and give it to individuals at Christmas.
But it's just jeans and it's
Just
not
jeans, and
something
they have to be
wrong.
presentable, no holes, no
Okay,
bar, nowhere.
okay.
I have another school that has dress down Friday. All I know is they said dress down. I don't know what they dress down to.
Is the board saying yes?
Oh, that concept's stupid. Dress down on Saturday, Sunday. I don't know.
Just don't want no Friday.
you know, they're supposed to be in uniform and they're supposed to be a color so we can detect. And the instructors also are supposed to be with a name ID, you know.
The legal part of the law says that the school is responsible for making sure that they wear a uniform. It does not specify what that uniform is. So my interpretation of the law would be that the school interpret what the uniform is. Now, they do have to be identified as instructors, so the instructors would have to identify
And you
themselves.
don't think the students should be color coordinated or very similar, you don't think it's in what the students are?
Oh, from a legal perspective,
I mean, I'm just saying. Well, I'm just saying
Should be
that.
color coordinated. I've never walked into cosmetology school, so I would have absolutely no idea what to look for, so.
I have another school, and I think I brought it up before, that had students that didn't, that was not wearing a uniform, and I asked about it, and they were like, Mr. Herford, he said that they collected $1 and they could pay $1 one day a week and wear something that of their choice that was reasonable, and they used the money for charity. Yes, and that's the first time I'd heard of it. But I think as far as that goes, the school chooses what the student wears. If they choose all blue jeans every day or whatever that I think it's left up to them.
And we say we just leave it up to the school.
It might not be professional if they did that every day, but
But their
it's
request
up
is
to them.
simply for Fridays.
So we just leave it up to each school, which is what they're already doing anyway, right?
Well, they have to have the name tags, that's part of the
Right.
uniform.
Well, I feel that we don't need to get in there.
Okay. There is a request to use a portable sink. This individual is renting space for a shop, and she is not allowed to change the plumbing. This sink has the ability for hot and cold running water, because I advised her that that was a legal requirement. And she said that it does, and further, she had contacted Mr. Biddle, who is her inspector for her area, and he advised her of what portable sink had previously been approved by the board. And she is getting the exact one that was previously approved by the board. She just wants to make sure that it's okay.
Well, if we've already approved it, we've already approved it.
Okay. Paul Mitchell Middle School is requesting hours for 10 of their students to be permitted to assist Jay Price from JPMS at Hair Boot Camp in Gatlinburg on October 15th and 16th. The request states that they will be sweeping floors, stage setup, and other items of that nature.
I personally feel that is part of understanding the occupation, understand the shows that you go to and the educational programs and the things that they have to do to prepare for them and et cetera. I think it'd be educational. That's my opinion.
As long as they've got an instructor with them.
And on behalf of Paul Mitchell, we always do have licensed instructors to go with them.
Do we need a motion, or does everyone agree?
Yes,
Does anyone
I need a
have any
motion.
discussion?
Because they'll later use this for hours that they'll certify. So we need a motion.
So we need a motion. Today.
I move that they will be able to participate in the boot camp in Gatlinburg.
Okay, motion made by Ms. Huckabee, seconded by Ms. Coopinger, that we okay the field trip for the boot camp. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. Ayes carried.
Okay, Volunteer Beauty Academy would like to know if students' high school hours are exempt from the 7-year completion of coursework requirement. This is not specified in the rules or laws.
I do not understand the question.
You have to complete your coursework in 7 years, like Ms. Sanders had requested an extension.
Mhm.
And otherwise it expires. Is high school hours exempt from this requirement? She said she thought that in the past they may have been, but she wasn't sure. And I was not aware of an exemption. It doesn't say that in the
I don't
rules or
remember
laws,
that, do you,
but-
Jim?
I don't think it's exempt.
I've never known it to be.
But we've had some examples come up, and take each one individually, when it does.
So, no, and if someone is requesting an exemption, they need to come before the board.
Yeah.
All right, consent orders for October of 2012, we have $23,000 in consent orders. Those are all shown on the sheet. I'm not going to read every single one of them. Is that okay with you?
Yes.
Do I hear a motion, we accept $2,300 and $23,000 in consent orders?
I so moved.
Motion made by Ms. Huckabee. Seconded by Ms. Smith, that we accept the $23,000 of consent order. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed nay. Ayes carried.
Okay, we are going to the library to the staff attorney report. Does anybody need help yet, Rick?
I'm trying. Move on, baby.
Well, I got on something, I don't know how to do that.
For some reason.
I don't think the mic. I think my fingernails.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
I think my nails in here. Thank you.
That's awesome.
Says you have to have a light touch. I don't have anything on.
So first and foremost, I'm going to let you all know that this is something I started, I think, last night. We have 93 open complaint files for the Cosmetology Board. Of those, we have 0 proposed consent orders out. That's what we propose when we recommend settlements. So of last month, they've all hit their 30 days, and they've either been formal authorized. Of those, from last month, we only have 4 that went to formal, so all the ones that went to consent orders out settled at that before. And there's 7 payment plans, which are consent orders, which have entered into a payment option in order to pay their civil penalty, and the rest are informal. If we're not being presented today.
Great.
I like to let them know how many we have, so we kind of have an ongoing knowledge of them. Okay, first things first. We got our Attorney General's opinion back on the exemption question with regards to the aesthetics laser type issue. So it's attached. I'm going to let you all read that. If you have any questions, let me know.
Is there a license for using a laser?
I think it's a very open thing the legislature is trying to regulate.
Yeah.
I'm not aware that in this SR Senate Resolution 94 meeting that I'm representing the board on is coming up on the 4th, which is Thursday.
Really?
Yes. So I'm taking this Attorney General opinion, and I'm going to sit in and hear what everybody has to say and let them know, what we regulate as regarding aesthetics. I'm more than happy to send it to you all, but I'm not aware that laser, I think, some doctors in some capacities probably do laser, but I do not believe that there is a specific place that says we license you as a laser. I mean, there may be nationally, but within the state of Tennessee, I don't believe there are regulations for it.
But that's what they're trying to change, right? To get
Yes,
more
that's what the
strict
Senate resolution is about. We're trying to address where it falls, who needs to regulate it, that sort of thing. Which hopefully this Attorney General opinion will help us to some extent. I'm not.
What would be the possibility of getting a copy of this?
I can send it out to all of you. Absolutely. I plan to do that. I just got it last week, and I've been just trying to prepare for everything.
It would be good to sit down with this on paper and read it without
Thank you.
having a brain freeze in a meeting.
I'll send it to everybody, and if y'all have questions about it, we can talk about next meeting if that's what we're going to do.
I'd like to do that because there's too much noise and I'd like to see
They
it.
won't make a decision Thursday, will they? They'll just...
No, it's our meeting about it. I don't know that any decisions are supposed to be made.
Well, this right here that we've gotten this opinion,
Yes, we requested an Attorney General opinion because we had any questions as to our regulations with regards to medical facilities. Can we go in and regulate inside a doctor's office if the licensed esthetician is working in a doctor's office? Because our statute says that they're exempt and so on and so forth. But if we regulate an esthetician, you know, they are subject to regulations, laws, and rules, and so there was some ambiguity there.
And also, there's a question of, can an esthetician use
Right. Which is what Emily, the lady that's come a couple of times before the board, so she may be at this meeting and have, you know, public comment. Okay, next is some forms. I just want you all to take a look at these, and I can send these out to you as well. We have an upcoming inspector annual training, and we're trying to, as part of the board changes, improve the forms. Currently, there is no grading procedure, so I've attached a shop inspection sheet and the old shop inspection sheet. I've attached a school inspection sheet and the old school inspection sheet, as well as the notice of violation. And various people in legal, as well as administrative and the board office, have looked at these and made critiques and changes, and it's not just come from me. And we have created a scoring procedure, because now, currently, if one inspector in Memphis and one inspector in Chattanooga wants to score, they may have had the same violations, and one gets a 90 and the other one gets a 40. So there's no really straight line item way for one person to say, why did I do this bad when the other person says, oh, we don't think it is. So that's why we're implementing this scoring process, which we'll have to get a board approval for these forms. I'm planning on getting the inspector's opinions as well. But if you all like them as is, and you all want to approve them, then we can do that today.
On the school one, there's a place in the corner for the grade. I never put a grade in that.
Right, I think because it's compiled with what the inspector does.
Well, the inspector does his thing and I do mine, and I don't want to put one thing and then put something else, so I just leave it blank.
If they're going to redo these, why don't they take that little square
Take it out.
Well, and we have kept it in because the schools are required to post a grade. I mean, we don't have to grade them, but for the public's benefit and consumers, I feel like for shops, when you go in and look at a restaurant, you look for a grade, and if they've made a bad grade, you're probably going to go to a different restaurant. And I think a lot of consumers feel that way when they're being serviced in schools and shops as well. If we take off a grade, then
Well, see, they're
not going to know.
they're inspected by the inspector, and they're inspected by the board member.
And it may mean that the board member can put their information, the inspector can put a grade in when it's all said and done.
I always leave it for the inspector to, they post their sheet, that the grade is on there. That's the reason I leave it for.
Okay.
And I just leave it blank.
Okay,
We
I do
do
too.
a different inspection anyway.
absolutely. And we've also added some things that weren't on there that were in the rules and laws, and changed some things that have been updated and changed.
Change the inspection sheet for the school.
Yes. We added a grading system where the inspector doesn't just choose the grade at will. There's an actual system, so each yes and no are worth points. So if you get a no, then you're not going to get points for that. All the schools are required to have these things when they're open. So if they fail to have it, then something's happening where they didn't maintain it unless it's a sanitation issue.
So you're saying add these up, and then where do you put the total?
At the top. Are you on inspection or Cosmo shop?
I'm in school inspection.
School inspection. So, if you are on the newer one, which is first, the old one is second, then the student record section is worth 5 points each. If all student files contain age and education, then they get 5 points. If the daily record of attendance corresponds to their hour report, then they get 5 points. If the number of full-time and active students are on file, that's no points because obviously it's just something we check for. The second section, equipment and space requirements, there's 2 points for everything, the BS in this section. So if they have the square footage, the theory classroom, so on and so forth. Obviously, If your school doesn't have one of those, then you're just going to get the points automatically because there's no reason to deduct points if your school doesn't have an aesthetics curriculum. And then at the bottom, all instructors have current licenses posted. That's 5 points. All instructors' ratio meets the minimum requirements. That's 5 points. It's a way to grade the schools so they understand why their points are being taken away. And this necessarily hasn't been a problem with the schools, but the shop owners have made have huge questions about why did I receive a 70 for this, or how are these scores calculated? And we look at them as a whole throughout the whole state and say, well, this person got an 80 and this person got a 40, and they both have the same issues. Where our inspectors across the board don't have a standard way to score, they just do it per how they think the score should be. Whereas they have a scoring procedure enforced, and they'll absolutely be the same throughout. And that's basically our idea. It's 1, customer service, and 2, efficiency for the inspectors in the shop.
What benefit is that, and who come up with it?
What benefit?
What benefit would the inspector and a board member in a school? Now, I can understand the shop and also the school, but the reason I say that, something could be, for instance, there could be a situation with maybe one of the waste cans not having a cover on it that day. I found that, or the inspector found it and I didn't, and he's got one grade on there and I've got another one. What benefit would it be that a board member give a grade and start counting that?
Well, I was under the impression that the board members went and looked for certain things, and then the inspectors came in and looked for other things. So the board members, and I may be wrong being under this impression, that you didn't go and look for all the sanitation violations. If you saw something drastic, that you would let the inspector know, and they would take it into consideration when they went and did their sanitation school review. Now, would it be beneficial? Well, these schools have consumers who go out and get services in the schools, do they not? And that's what we were looking at, the same perspective for schools and shops. As far as the schools meeting their requirements, these inspection sheets show all of those things, and they should be meeting them. Adding the grade part to it is for the consumer.
All right, question on the grading part. For example, under the equipment, second set down, covered trash containers, no points at all. Timesheet, the clock, no points. Access to 2 restrooms, no points. Why are there points on some and not on others?
When you're seeing the amount of with covered trash containers, it depends on the facility and how many they have. Per the rule...
Okay, these numbers are like, for example, I've got it now. 1 wet sterilizer per station. Got it. I was thinking they were points.
No. The points are out beside the section. Like under Roman numeral 2, equipment and space requirement, you have 2 points for each equipment and space requirement. So everything between number 2 and number 3 is worth 2 points.
I got it. I've got it now.
So they're numbers 1 through 6, and then number 7 has, I think, 14, and then number 8 has 15. And so that totals 70 total points for those 35 items in section 2.
So then we'd add up these points and put it up here in this grade?
Yes. So, I mean, you're really going to be taking away. Surely you're not going to have to add up to 70 points. If they have 2 no's, then you're going to be taking 4 points away from 70, which is going to be, 64.
That's your idea.
But I'm saying you take each section and then add, for example,
It wasn't my idea to come up with a scoring system. It was administration's idea to come up with a scoring system.
Well, I was just thinking with what she's talking about, and I didn't see anything wrong with the way we had it before, except, though, I said one thing that you have done is took the place for our instructors, sometimes I've got
Oh.
a school that would have at least 12, and I
Me
run out of
too.
room to put that, and you, made that smaller.
We don't have any schools, maybe
Yeah.
2 or 3 that have only 4 instructors.
That's right.
You need a back if you're gonna put your instructors like, you're only gonna allow for,
We took off one line for instructors. The regular form is the next page if you want to compare. We did take
Just
off one
not
line
enough
for
room.
instructors, but if we can attach a sheet to add additional instructors, that's no problem. If you were putting 12 on those 3 lines, then you have some very good small
I
writing.
did not put it on those
Oh, you
3
didn't?
lines. I put it at the top and at the bottom and
Okay.
all around. I did
Right.
not have enough room for it the way it is now. And
So you feel scoring,
if I was going to sit in on the change on that, I would not. I'd say add more space for names for the instructors. Mr. Hunter, for instance, he's got a list that takes you half of that.
okay. So on the school form, you want more instructor space. Mr. Harper, what's your opinion on the
Oh,
grading? Do you feel it's having a system for grading?
I have mixed emotions. I really sort of like the way it was personally, but, you know, I can get adjusted to anything, but, I think I would just have to you're gonna send us these forms and let us study them.
So you're okay with the grading system for the shops, but you don't feel that the schools should have a grading system?
No, not with, whenever I go in a school, and I've got an inspector that comes in also, that's the reason I'm saying you can have such a, somebody would say, well, why did the inspector leave this, and then you come, and why did you leave this?
We're already
Do
great.
you see what I'm saying, Mr. Harper?
How do you do it now? Do you fill out an inspection form, you fill out one, and the inspector fills out one?
there's 2 forms.
Yeah,
Which one do they post?
They post both.
Mine has just got, of course, most of ours is in-depth with files. And
Mr. Ian is more involved in administration, where the inspector is more on the other portion.
But to go through and you know,
So maybe there should be 2. There should be one for you to check things, and you to have all your instructors' information, and then the inspector should maybe have one with a grade on it for the sanitation violation.
That's the way it is.
well, that's the way we've got it, but what I'm asking you is what's wrong with the way it is, other than adding, 3 lines, maybe make 4 for the, instructors. And just do away with that grade, let the inspector do that. Because he may go in more than one time a year anyway. I'm just trying to, eliminate a lot of, time and figuring up at the end of the day and after you spent all that time, I just don't see a need for it.
How long do the inspectors, school inspections typically take, Mr. Harper?
How long did it take?
The inspectors, not the board members.
An hour.
An hour. So you spend all day and the inspectors spend an hour.
It's according to how many students they
Right.
have.
Are you saying that the inspectors would be okay to still have the point system,
Yeah.
but you not,
I mean, I don't have any say in that. Since I'm not an inspector, I can't, speak for them.
Here, excuse me, here again, I would think it would be whether you're a problem school or a non-problem school. Whether they stay an hour or all day, you know.
What would they?
Another thing while we're on this, if you look at the official inspection sheet for the cosmetology shop, it has many more lines than the instructors, and we've got some schools that have up to 20 instructors.
Yeah. Well, we can definitely add lines for the instructor space. That's not a problem.
We sure do.
The cosmetology inspection sheet, if y'all like this, we would urge that you approve this one because of the shops are having such issues with the standard grading procedure. We've had various complaints recently where shops didn't understand why they got the score where they got, and there was no really grading with our sheets, just the one little paragraph on the sheet that says not to exceed 100 points. Well, what inspector is going to give over 100? I don't think that's ever happened. So there's just really no standard for that. And I would love to roll this shop form out to all of the inspectors. You know, I've already sent it to, or I'm sending it to them this week before their inspection training is on the 22nd of October, in order to give their ideas if we should add more additional things to this in order to make their jobs easier, because we should be taking legal action against the managers and the shop owners as well as the shops if, you know, like we said, they're unlicensed individuals and the shop will just change ownership and attempts to make the complaint go away. Well, we need to be open those complaints against all those individuals, and by changing our inspection sheets, we're going to try to do that.
Do you see what I have just explained to you on my situation?
With the, you should not be having to put grades in.
Can we take that little grade out?
Just take that little square out, can't they, Linda? Up there at the top.
Well, you don't do it now with your sheet. You fill one out and you don't put a grade in, is that correct?
No, there's a spot there, but I don't put one in there.
We were told not to,
Right.
because you would be contradicting, maybe the inspector sees one thing and we see something else. And we're grading two different things. Anyway, the public doesn't know for
Right.
sure what the difference.
Right. Does the inspector have access to yours, or do you always go before?
No, we never know.
Varies, okay.
Excuse me, may I ask a question about the law books? Are we going to ever start providing law books again to the school?
That's a
Or
good
do you know the
question.
answer to that?
That's probably a budgetary question, but we can find out. I doubt it.
I wouldn't hold my
It's
breath.
online.
Right.
They'll tell you it's online, and you can go online and print it off if you want to. I went down to the other building, right down the street. That was, well, and, because to get my teacher license renewed, and she said, I said, well, so you're going to send me my new license in the mail? She said, no, we don't mail those anymore. You'll get an email. For my teacher license? I don't even get a piece of paper that, I mean,
You have to carry your computer
It really
around.
cut back. So I doubt that they'll ever kill more trees.
I think the grading system, the rubric that you've set up for the grading system for the inspectors is a really good idea, because it'll make it more consistent. And I really didn't realize they didn't have one, and that's way too subjective to give points, just based on how you feel about it. I mean, I might grade the same place, the same thing differently depending on how I felt that day. If it was my, 10th violation and I was really worked up about something, I might, grade harder. But I think it's a great idea to have this point system set up for inspectors.
Excuse me, back to the law books.
Oh, sorry.
No, I don't mean anything other than the fact that, somebody's got to kill the trees. Because these students have to take these exams, and we have to make copies of all these law books. So I'm having to kill the trees, or we having to at the state level. I don't think it's my responsibility as a school not having that information for a test that's going to be given by the state.
I agree with that.
And how many shops in the state would not have one of these if they were dependent on somebody to run them off one?
And I honestly didn't know there was a later version than 97. That's the latest I have.
You don't have one of those?
I don't have a 2004.
Speaking of legal, the notice of violation form has been edited to add the board website link which takes you to the cosmetology rules and laws. Because our current notice of violation form says this is a board order, and we are giving inspectors the authority to issue a board order, which is completely wrong. And further, it gives them the ability to give verbal warnings and written warnings before they issue notices of violation. So we've changed the inspection of the notices of violation form to where it is an actual notice of violation, and anytime they write it, it should come to the board office and to legal and say, the written warnings come to legal right now, but it comes to the board office right now. But it allows the inspectors the authority to issue these notices of violation, which we believe makes the shop owner not take the notices of violation seriously when they become an actual violation, which is a citation that they later issue. If you scroll to the old form, or it's the current form, they circle warning or citation, and it only comes to us if the inspector issues the citation. So it's almost completely subjective as well to the inspector to decide, am I going to issue this as a citation or a warning? Where if they're in violation of the laws and they're going to issue a notice of violation, it should come before the board to proceed against them. That's our opinion. And further, we just kind of reworded things and made it a notice as opposed to a board order. So, with y'all's thoughts, I would love to review and bounce off with the inspectors, the school inspection form, and see what they think and what would be positive for them at their upcoming meeting. But if y'all are okay with the shop and the notice of violation, I'd love to try to go ahead and roll those out.
So with the school, you are gonna
Look into it and take it under advisement, what you said, and discuss that with the inspectors.
She's just talking about the shop.
No, we're talking about the school, you're talking about the shop. That was whatever, fine with them.
Well, I like the point system on the inspectors.
Inspectors, it sounds good, but you could renew, completely scratch what you've redone for the
Do you need a motion?
school.
I'll make a motion that, we approve of the shop, the new shop forms, inspection forms, and the, notice of violation forms.
Do I hear a second?
Second?
Is that you?
Yes.
Your voice is different this week.
Yes, it is.
Motion's been made by Ms. Cooper, seconded by Ms. Huckabee, that we accept the new revised edition of the salon inspection sheet and the notice of violation sheet. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed nay. Ayes carried.
Last but not least, I will read my best auctioneer.
Let me, before you start that, who would the best person be for him to contact about the,
Yeah, absolutely. It'll probably have to go to administration to find out what they do for other programs, because, the board is, it's a budgetary issue, and obviously that's something that goes to fiscal, and if we said, oh, sure, we'd like to do that, the board would obviously like to do that. It's important that our rules and laws are out there, but, for us to find out more information, we'll have to travel through various parties. To report back on that.
I've got something I'd like to bring up, but I think I'll wait till another time. It's been too long today, but, it has, I guess, communication between the board and the legislature. And, if issues are brought up that we think they need to know about, how do we get things passed from the Hill? So I have an issue that I sent the board a letter a year and a half ago, and I think I mentioned that to you today, that no action was ever taken. And the only answer I ever get was, the board can't do anything about it. So how do we get it from here to up there where someone can do something about it?
I guess you'd talk to your local representative and see if they would...
Well, I've sent him
present
a letter too.
Yeah, there was an issue that I contacted every one in my area that was on the House and the Senate, and I left voicemails if I couldn't get in touch with them, and then I did get response back from them, and they took care of it.
Yeah.
But, I mean, they're accessible. You just have to either use the email or their phone numbers.
But do we have to, would it not be good that the board, you know, make some kind of a recommendation where it would go up there rather than us just calling from some point out here? It looks like to me the full board should be behind it, or we wouldn't make the recommendation.
That's what I was always told, what you just said. It should come from the board. Well, I mean, you know,
Well, mine was simple. It's just, I don't think 300 hours is enough to teach a teacher. And I was trying to get that raised to another level, and I just couldn't get it done. We cannot teach a teacher in 300 hours in our school. That's simple. We can't do it.
Like you say, that we need to spend a whole day on things like that. We do. Rachel?
Yes, I'm sorry. We were in miscellaneous. I wanted to ask a question before.
Absolutely.
Whenever a nail shop, or I found this in my local paper, the reason I'm asking this question. It's called the wax strip. If someplace like that opens and just doing waxing, or a nail shop that wants to do the wax situation, they would have to have a aesthetics or a cosmetology licensed person to do that, but they would have to have a shop license for that. My question is, would this wax shop be opened as a aesthetics or a cosmetology shop and set up as full service?
I think it's up to them. If they want to be an aesthetic shop and that's what they apply to be, and they're simply doing waxing, then they check that box on the shop application form. They're required to have a licensed esthetician as their manager. If they want to be a full-service cosmetology shop, then they check the full-service box and on their application. So it's up to the licensee.
No, that's probably you didn't, I didn't make it clear what I was asking. If I come to you and I said I wanted to open a cosmetology, I've got a cosmetologist and I'm going to get a cosmetology shop license, but we're going to do just waxing. Are they required, I know it's in the law book, required to have it set up as a cosmetology shop, chair, shampoo bowl, everything that they need, even if they're just going to do waxing? I want to know, is all these places it's opening up, are they opened up as a full-service cosmetology shop or an aesthetics?
I'm not sure. I think it varies.
I've had that issue come up before, and my understanding is that they are, if they are licensed as a full-service cosmetology shop, even though they are not offering full-service cosmetology, they're offering a limited service. The way we've interpreted it before, the way the law and rules read, they are required, cosmetology shops are required to have certain equipment.
They sure are. So that's what I want to know. Are they being opened up that way? Are they that way now?
They are being opened up that way. If the licensee that's managing is a licensed cosmetologist, then they have to open up as a full-service cosmetology shop and meet all the cosmetology shop standards. And there are notices of violation actually in this week that they were opened up as a full-service cosmetology shop, but they closed because they were only running the aesthetics portion of the shop. and there's violation against the shop of the cosmetology shop and the shop of the aesthetic shop as well. So it's under two different ones because they're two different shops, and they actually closed the cosmetology shop and are now at the aesthetic shop. But yes, the inspectors go in and say, your cosmetology shop, you have to have this sink and this chair and these things, even if you're only offering aesthetics.
Okay.
Did that answer?
Yes, it did. If it's going out of an office that way, as a cosmetology shop, since they're going to have a cosmetologist in there, but no, we're going to wax. That's what I wanted to know. Was it being set up that way, or were they given permission to set up however they wanted to?
The way the rules read, because an esthetician is required to manage an aesthetic shop, so in the cosmetologist, it doesn't read that a cosmetologist can manage an aesthetic shop, so it makes it unopen for interpretation.
Okay, you answered my question.
Okay, I'm gonna ask one too, and don't think I know. Okay, if a manager has got to be a cosmetology shop, we've got to have a cosmetology manager. Nails, we've got to have a nail tech manager. Esthetician, same way. Okay, I just have to think about something. This guy this morning, you remember they asked him to choose your license person? He's gonna be the owner and manager.
Right, and that's why his shop application is still pending, because he wanted her reciprocity application to be approved in order to open his shop.
But he's not licensed. But
The owner doesn't have to be a licensee, the manager does.
he had his name down as manager. So watch that when it comes in. You got it on that?
Absolutely.
Okay. That's the reason I asked him.
And that may be why he wasn't approved as well, because that was my understanding that she had to come through before.
No, that's irrelevant to that, but I noticed that, and that's the reason I asked him. And he said no.
Okay. Well, thank you.
So you can do little questions every once in a while, and you'll get the answer right there.
Absolutely.
We have done it in the past.
Okay. Well, I only have 24%, so I have to be back
Can you talk
on
about
my percentage for my iPad. Okay, the October 1st, 2012 legal report. Case number 2011-02613-1. This is a represented matter. This matter was presented in the November 7th, 2011 board meeting as follows. August 3rd, 2011, a notice of violation alleges that two unlicensed individuals were observed practicing manicuring in a licensed manicure shop. In addition, the inspector alleges that individuals performing services in the shop were reusing buffers and files on shop clients and that the floors of the shop were unclean. Previous recommendation was to authorize a formal hearing with authority to settle by consent order and payment of a $1,000 civil penalty. A letter from the respondent's counsel was sent to the Office of Legal Counsel requesting a reduction of the civil penalty from $1,000 to $500, citing no prior violations. Upon reviewing the file along with evidence available, it is of the opinion of the litigation counsel to approve the request. Our new recommendation is to authorize a formal hearing with authority to settle by consent order and a payment of a $500 civil penalty. Number 2, case number 2011-02495-1. The above cited case was previously presented at the November 7, 2011 meeting where the board authorized a formal hearing with authority to settle by consent order and payment of a $500 civil penalty for operating the shop with an expired license. Board office records indicate that an application for a change of location was approved on December 20, 2011, and the area inspector advised the shop was under a solo ownership when the change of location was made. Furthermore, the respondent contacted the Office of Legal Counsel and advised that he would like to settle the case and pay the assessed civil penalty. However, prior to the completion of such settlement, the owner of the shop passed away. It is of the opinion of both board and litigation counsel that this matter be closed. Recommendation is to close the case and send a request to the area inspector to visit the shop. The regular report. Case number 2012-01712-1. A July 16, 2012 consumer complaint alleges the complainant contracted staph infection from a pedicure service she received at the respondent shop. The complainant states she was diagnosed with cellulitis due to the spread of infection to her legs resulting from the pedicure and further provided medical records in support of her condition. The respondent shop was served with a notice of the complaint but failed to respond. Recommendation is to close with a letter of warning for the failure to respond and request an area inspector visit the shop and flag the file. Case number 2012-01872-1. An August 16, 2012 notice of violation alleges the area inspector observed the shop open for business and offering services with an expired shop license displayed. Board office records indicate that the shop license in question was renewed on August 17, 2012. The recommendation is to authorize a formal hearing with authority to settle by consent order with payment of a $250 civil penalty. Case number 2012-018731. On August 16, 2012, notice of violation alleges the area inspector observed a licensed esthetician performing manicure services in a licensed manicure shop. Further, the inspector stated that the individual holds a manicurist license from the state of Texas, but is not licensed in Tennessee to perform such services. According to the board licensing records, no reciprocity application for a manicurist license has been received from the individual as of the date of this report. Recommendation is to authorize a formal hearing with authority to settle by consent order with payment of a $500 civil penalty. Case number 2012-18741. On August 16th, notice of violation alleges the area inspector observed that the manager's cosmetology license for the licensed cosmetology shop had expired. The area inspector states that the shampoo bowl was disconnected in the hair salon section of the shop. Further, this inspector found no sink in the aesthetics room and a dirty 5-in-1 machine with brushes and metal electrodes left uncovered. Board office records indicate that the cosmetology shop is now closed for business. Case number 2012-018751. I'm sorry. Recommendation is to close and flag. Case number 2012-018751-1. On August 16th, notice of violation alleges that the area inspector observed a licensed cosmetologist performing services when her license had expired. She was also wearing an identification tag that belonged to another licensed cosmetologist. According to the area inspector, the owner of the shop admitted that when he made the tags, he made them with the wrong names and license numbers. Recommendation is to authorize a formal hearing with authority to settle by consent order with payment of a $500 civil penalty with a cease and desist advisory notice. Case number 2012-018761. On August 17th, 2012, notice of violation alleges the area inspector observed a licensed cosmetologist, the owner of the shop, styling a client's hair with no personal license posted. Further, the area inspector observed two individuals providing cosmetology services to clients in the respondent shop with expired licenses and no ID tags. Board office records indicate that all licenses have now been renewed. Recommendation is to authorize a formal hearing with authority to settle by consent order with payment of a $500 civil penalty. Case number 2012-018771. On August 17, 2012, notice of violation alleges the area inspector observed the owner of the shop cutting a client's hair without a valid cosmetology license in an unapproved location. Board office records indicate that the shop owner submitted an application on July 9, 2012, and such application is still pending as of the date of this report. The recommendation is to authorize a formal hearing with authority to settle by consent order with payment of a $500 civil penalty. Case number 2012-01878-1. On August 16th, notice of violation alleges the area inspector observed an individual practicing cosmetology in an unlicensed shop. The inspector advised that the shop is a wig store, but the customer who received the service did not have a wig. He further noted that there were two other workstations set up for service. The board previously issued a cease and desist advisory notice relative to this matter in June 2012. Board office records indicate no shop application has been received as of the date of this report. Recommendation is to authorize a formal hearing with authority to settle by consent order with payment of a $500 civil penalty. Case number 2012-01879-1. On August 7, 2012, notice of violation alleges the area inspector observed an unidentified individual practicing cosmetology in a licensed shop without a valid board-issued cosmetology license. Recommendation is to issue a cease and desist advisory notice with the request for the inspector to follow up in 30 days. Case number 2012-16361. It's July 3rd, 2012, complaint filed against the respondent shop alleges the shop is a very unsanitary environment. The complainant states the shop rugs throughout the building are covered with hair. The complainant further states the respondent shop reuses pedicure tools and implements without proper sanitation, and that the shop created the inspection letter posted at the front door. A response from the owner of the respondent shop states the complainant was a prior employee whose services at the shop were discontinued after a disagreement with the shop manager regarding performance. Further, the owner of the shop denies all allegations and advises that the shop grade inspection scores have continually been 95 and above. The response further states that the shop is in compliance with the board's sanitation rules and the complainant's statements are all false. Recommendation is to close with a request for the area inspector to perform a follow-up inspection. Case number 2012-017071. July 9, 2012, consumer complaint alleges the complainant was dissatisfied with the haircut she received from the licensee at the respondent shop. The complainant further alleges that the licensee ran an electric razor up the back of her head, did not put a towel on her neck, used a dirty brush, and further poked her in the eye with a rat tail comb. The complainant also states that the floors were very dirty and there were rat holes in the baseboards and walls. A response to the complaint received from the licensee's counsel states the complainant did not express any discontent with her haircut at the time of service and paid a tip to the licensee with her payment. Further, the licensee denies the allegations of using an electric razor, a dirty brush, or a rat-tailed comb on the complainant, and provides that the shop's grade score was a 98 at its last annual inspection. The licensee is also offering the complainant a refund. Recommendation is to close with no action. Case number 2012-01705-1. July 9, 2012, consumer complaint filed by a former student alleges that the school took 3 weeks to send her paperwork to PSI to test, and that the school employee who handled her file handled the matter with incompetence and a lack of care. A response to the complaint received from the student service coordinator, the employee, at the respondent school states that this delay occurred during the PSI processing switch. The employee further states that when she mailed the student's package to PSI, she did not include a record of completion, and after finding out, she promptly faxed the requested form. The respondent states that the PSI process is much more efficient and helpful, and further that it has accelerated the application process. This complaint fails to provide sufficient proof of a violation of the Cosmetology Act. Recommendation is to close with no action. Case number 2012-017631. On August 2, 2012, notice of violation alleges the area inspector observed an individual providing manicuring services to a client without a valid license. The inspector further found dirty files in the drawers. Board office records indicate no application has been received from the individual as of the date of this report. Recommendation is to authorize a formal hearing with authority to settle by consent order with payment of a $500 civil penalty. Case number 2012-017571. On August 1, 2012, notice of violation alleges the area inspector observed a stylist servicing a client without a valid license posted in the respondent's shop. The area inspector further found 3 workstations with expired license and a workstation with improperly stored tools and implements. Recommendation is to authorize a formal hearing with authority to settle by consent order with payment of a $500 civil penalty. Case number 2012-0196-1-1. On August 15, 2012, notice of violation alleges the area inspector found a bottle of nail liquid containing MMA in a licensed manicure shop. A response to the notice of violation, along with several purchase receipts and pictures of the MMA bottle, were received from the owner of the shop. The response states that the bottle was wrongfully purchased by the shop owner's husband, along with several other supplies. She's fully aware that using such product is a violation of the law and never intended to use such product in her shop, and that the bottle was kept closed with the intention of returning it. She is very upset with her husband for this mistake, apologizes for his actions, and has stated she will never allow him again to purchase shop supplies. Recommendation is to issue a cease and desist advisory notice with request for the inspector to follow up in 30 days. Case number 2012-019601. On August 16, 2012, consumer complaint filed by the consumer's medical physician, the complainant, alleges the patient, the consumer, contracted hepatitis C after a manicure service she received on April 20, 2012 at the respondent's shop. The complainant alleges the consumer did blood work in March 2012 prior to her manicure service without any significant risk factors for hepatitis B. The complainant stated he believes the consumer acquired her infection through some infected individual at the respondent's shop. The complainant further states the consumer indicated to him that the instruments used on her were pulled out of a blue liquid and were not removed from a sterilized bag. A response to the complaint from the respondent shop states the shop does not use any tools that could puncture anyone. The technicians first clean the tools with alcohol and then put tools into a UV autoclave to sterilize, where each workstation has its own autoclave prior to use. The respondent shop further states that only blue liquid used is by the sink for customers to scrub their nails before painting, which is a sanitizer and has never used clean instruments. The respondent shop states that they contacted the Center for Disease Control, who also advised it takes an average of 7 to 15 weeks from onset of exposure to the shop to show their blood work, which leads them to believe that she might have contracted hepatitis B before visiting the shop. The shop received a grade score of 100 at the last inspection. Recommendation is to close and flag. 2012-018421. On August 18, 2012, complaint filed against the respondent shop alleges that after the respondent resigned as an employee from the complainant shop, she intentionally started to ruin the reputation of the shop by posting offensive comments on the website and other social networks disparaging the shop and its reputation. The complainant states the respondent's behavior is a terrible reflection for anyone in the cosmetology industry, and further states the Sheriff's Department was called for investigation and a civil lawsuit is being initiated. A response to the complaint received from the respondent states she left the complainant's salon to open hers for better opportunities, and further that she has no knowledge of the slander or offensive posting allegations. The complaint fails to provide sufficient proof of violation of the Cosmetology Act. Recommendation is to close with no further action. Case number 2012-019631. On August 22nd, notice of violation reports that a full-service cosmetology shop was open for business when the shop license expired October 31st, 2011. Further, the area inspector found that the shop owner's personal license was expired. No services were being provided at inspection time. Board office Records indicate both licenses have now been renewed. Recommendation is to authorize a formal hearing with authority to settle by consent order with payment of a $500 civil penalty. Case number 2012-019701, August 30th, notice of violation alleges the area inspector observed that the owner of the shop cleaning the shop while the license had been expired since August 31st of 2011. No services were being provided at the inspection time. Board office records indicate the shop license has now been renewed. Recommendation is to authorize a formal hearing with authority to settle by consent order with payment of a $250 civil penalty. Case number 2012-019711, and August 30th, 2012, notice of violation alleges the area inspector observed an individual displaying a barber license from the state of Virginia while styling a client's hair in the respondent cosmetology shop without a valid board-issued license. According to the departmental licensing records, the individual has applied for a barber reciprocity license. Recommendation is to authorize a formal hearing with authority to settle by consent order with payment of a $250 civil penalty. Case number 2012-019731. On August 31st, 2012, notice of violation alleges the area inspector observed an individual performing services in the respondent shop without a valid license. The area inspector also observed a licensed manicurist working without wearing an identification tag. The area inspector observed nail dusters improperly stored and inadequate wet sanitizer in the back sink. Recommendation is to authorize a formal hearing with authority to settle by consent order with payment of a $750 civil penalty. Case number 2012-018471. On August 6, 2012, consumer complaint received from the Tennessee Department of Consumer Affairs alleges the complaint was dissatisfied with the hair color service she received at the respondent shop. The complainant stated she requested to get her hair highlighted blonde, however, at the end of the service her hair was bright red. The complainant stated she asked for a refund when her request was denied and further advised of plans to file a civil lawsuit. In response to the complaint was received from the owner of the shop stating that before performing the service on the complainant, she explained there was no guarantee to get her hair as light as she wanted in one service, and then it would take several attempts to get all the dark out. Further, the owner states at the end of the service the hair was very pretty pale blonde with a red base that the complainant requested. The respondent explained to the complainant at the next service she could go lighter and further offered a free shampoo to make her happy. Recommendation is to close with no further action. Case number 2012-016661. The July 19, 2012 notice of violation alleges the area inspector observed an individual performing cosmetology services in an unlicensed wig shop without a valid cosmetology license. The response to the notice of violation included a video of surveillance of the inspection in question, which does not provide conclusive evidence to either prove or deny the allegations set forth in the notice of violation. Further, the response provided by the shop's counsel states that both the owner and the employee vehemently dispute the allegations alleged, and additionally explains that the chair and station located in the shop is solely for clients' use when purchasing wigs from the store. Recommendation is to issue a cease and desist advisory notice and close. Case number 2012-016551. The July 6 notice of violation alleges the area inspector observed the licensed manicurist was providing a pedicure service to a client without wearing the proper ID tag. The area inspector further found 5 workstations with drill bits and nail dusters which were improperly stored. The owner of the shop, who is also the manager, was not present at the time of inspection. Recommendation is to authorize a formal hearing with authority to settle by consent order with payment of a $500 civil penalty. Case number 2012-19681. On August 28th, notice of violation alleges the area inspector observed a licensed cosmetologist, who is also the owner and manager of the shop, applying color to the client's hair without wearing an ID tag. The area inspector found no shop license or grade posted in the respondent's shop. Issue a letter of warning. Recommendation is to issue a letter of warning with request for the area inspector to perform a follow-up inspection in 30 days. Case number 2012-01965-1. An anonymous complaint was filed on August 22nd, 2012, alleging the following. The licensed esthetician who is listed as the manager for the shop is not the actual manager, but the licensee signed the shop application as manager so the owner could open the shop in exchange for a raise every 3 months. Number 2, someone broke into the back door of the shop and urinated and poured alcohol on the wax beads that are currently being used for waxing. And number 3, the water in the restrooms and the wax room gets lukewarm. Various other allegations in the complaint are not noted because they are not subject to board regulation. The response to the complaint received from the respondent's counsel denies all of the complainant's allegations, stating the licensed esthetician manager is the wax specialist manager. It was never determined that what was put into the wax bins, and further 70% of the wax in the container was discarded, and the additional 30% was used only after being tested on the owner of the shop. 3, the response further denies any evidence of urine being present after the break-in and vandalism as a precautionary measure discarded the container where the wax was stored. And 4, the shop has new hot water heater and received 100 at the pre-opening inspection. The respondent further provides the shop sanitation and safety standard procedures in each employee's license. Recommendation is to close with no further action. Case number 2012-01958-1. An anonymous consumer complaint filed on July 27, 2012 alleges the complainant was dissatisfied with the pedicure and relaxer service received at the respondent's school because of the school was out of several products to perform such service. The complainant further alleged, among other things, several cosmetology violations, including no working pedicure chairs, 2 sinks leaking, no clean towels, dirty workstations, and hair left on the floor. So the complainant states the students were not in uniform, student service was rude, and the entire experience is very unprofessional. A response to the complaint received from the school states the complainant's allegations are vague. The school further states all students are governed by the college's general conduct policy, which provides the school's rules, regulations, and expectations that all students conduct themselves in a professional manner. Further, the school states the grade score of 90 was received, and the 10 points were deducted as a result of unsanitized floors, walls, and air vents. The school states that a member of the school's corporate internal audit team visited to conduct a rigorous review and enclosed it with the school's response regarding the salon and related facilities. Such review demonstrates the school was in compliance, but noted the foot bath was very dirty. Recommendation is to authorize a formal hearing with authorities to settle by consent order with payment of a $250 double penalty.
You did very well with that. You didn't even breathe. Are there any comments, or do I hear that we accept the recommendation on the legal report?
Anybody?
Make a motion to accept.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Smith, seconded by Ms. Coppinger, that we accept the recommendations on the legal report. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry. Is there any other business to come before the meeting? Yes, you do. You have
There are 2 small things. I provided under other business on your iPads just the notice of the sunset hearing tomorrow that you're coming to this college. And then I also provided the public hearing notice for the SR22 meeting that I'm going to on October the 4th. And that was just for y'all's information.
Is there anything else to come before the board? All right, if not, let's see, this is November. We'll see everyone the first Monday in November. Do I hear a motion we adjourn?
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Huckabee, seconded by Ms. Smith, we adjourn. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
You're supposed to make him get that, remember?